Oh my god, boys and girls, what a week. What a weekend. What a Blizzcon. Oh my. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Oh my boys, oh my girls, do we have lots to talk about this week. BlizzCon was cool, right? Who enjoyed BlizzCon? I had an absolute blast. There is most definitely 99% positive out of BlizzCon, which is really nice. Really nice to see. No Rumble. We are... Ooh, yeah, we're in the wrong category, aren't we? My mistake. Hang on, let's fix that. World of Warcraft. Boop. Done. Nice. The Rumblings panel's up on their YouTube channel. I started watching it, but then I got, I can't remember what it was. I had to go make dinner or something. I started watching it, so I haven't actually seen all of it. I might continue watching a little bit of that. I do feel as if I'm kind of playing catch up a little bit. I tried to take yesterday very slow. I tried to do as little as possible. While I say that, I had to clean the entire garden. It's that time of the year. I was raking leaves for about 3 hours yesterday, so taking it easy wasn't strictly necessarily what went down. But let me put it this way. I was not thinking about World of Warcraft all that much yesterday. But yes, I do feel as if we've got to play sort of catch up a little bit today. We got 10.2 this week as well, so it's literally all hitting us in one go. I'm very excited for a few things. Super duper mega excited for a few things. And I want to actually plan out a few things today. Lawn and leaf collector. Oh, I need to see this now. What are we talking? Oh, hello. What are you? Oh, that's very clever. I bought a leaf blower, which is also kind of fun, but this doubling up as being some of the pick-up leaf stuff. Gadgets. Boys' toys. Now you see, if it was electric and I could sit on it, then that's all the more interesting. Kicks off all the leaves into a little basket. Look. Oh my god, we got a video. Oh, well, that was the shortest video in history. Fair enough. Sounds quite interesting, that. I've done most of it now, though. Maybe this is for next year. I've done most of it this time. That's a good shout. Good shout, my man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I want to try and plan a few things today. There's a few big topics that I want to discuss, and I want to plan some content, and I want to try and get myself a little bit more planned and a little bit more organized to document some of these findings, because if I accidentally leave it too long, we'll forget things. If I document things and make some nice videos on some of these features, then we'll be able to dip back into them 3 months, 6 months down the line, just to sort of remind ourselves exactly what was what. Warbands is the big one for me. I'm super intrigued about these warbands business. I don't know about how you guys feel, but warbands have got me all juicy inside. I'm greatly looking forward to warbands. How many videos will come out of today's stream? Well, I probably need to plan these in a little bit more detail, because I'm going to need to... Firstly, I want to sort of make sure I've got everything, all the information we need to know about a thing. There's 3 things you need to do as a content creator when you're documenting this sort of stuff. You need to figure out what it is you know, where you know that from, and how do I display that thing to others. So you kind of, you need what is it you know, you need the source of where you found that information from, and then you need some way to show that to people. Because just telling people things is great, but what's better than telling people? Showing people. So I need to, that's the kind of process I try and run through in my head when I make these videos. the faster I try and make these videos, the worse at them I get. And sometimes I do just resort to just sitting down and, you know, talking for 10 minutes. But, you know, if it gets the information across, it gets the information across. With a change to character selection, I may well play more alts too. Some of the things that they at least seem to have showcased about warbands is very, very, very positive. And it's actually so positive that it distracts me from my desire for the entire auction house to go region-wide. Because, to a degree at least, it excludes the need for that to be a thing a little bit. If you can have far more vast, account-wide, realm-wide, cross-faction, cross-realm guilds, plus warbands for localized storage, plus shared currencies, all of these things actually go as far as to sort of negate the real need for the auction house to change much. Our obvious desire for the region-wide auction house to expand further than just commodities, even into like transmog and stuff, can sort of be circumvented by all this warband stuff. Maybe this is the conclusion that Blizzard came to, that actually hacking together the auction house to work fully region-wide is probably a tall order. Yeah, it might be more better. You know, fixing the auction house or developing a new account-wide system from the ground up was probably the smarter move. There's no questions there for me. I think that's definitely the smarter move. I think we're seeing the first steps to making everything region-wide instead of server-wide. Well, as soon as 11.0 lands and we get these warbands, it's going to feel very region-wide anyway. Because at that point, there will be almost no restrictions on who you can play with. Because they could be your faction or the opposite faction, or they could be on your server, or they could be on a completely different server. If the majority of your currencies, namely the big one, gold, if gold becomes just an account-wide currency, in your bags it will just show every single copper of gold that you own, and you can freely spend it on any character that you have created on your account. This could be a big change. I can see why it's, you know, an expansion feature, because this could be a monstrous change overall for just the way the game plays fundamentally. We've been so used to WoW playing the same way for so long that this could really be a big sort of a big sweeping change for sure. The storage did have tabs like the guild bank. Yes, it did. This is the sort of stuff I need, right? I need to do something to find... I need to find all of these screenshots and clips and timestamps and stuff. This is why I was quite keen to stream a lot of the BlizzCon event, so then I would have the footage already locally recorded, and I would have already have watched it, so I would already roughly know where it is. I need to pick it out to put it in video and showcase it to people. I've got 40 plus characters, so I hope we'll be able to sort according to server so I can keep track of them properly. Yeah, that might be logistically a bit of a challenge for some people. But it would be nice. I mean, an account can have 60 characters. I believe it's 60 now. They upped it, didn't they, from 50. I believe it's 60 characters a single account can have. To have them in one big long list without having to worry about what server they're on, I think is quite cool. Especially when it comes to like checking mail, for example. If you play on multiple realms, the most annoying thing is just to see if there's the mail icon, you have to constantly flick between the characters. One of my questions would be for this entire system would be, what are they going to do about people who have multiple accounts? is the warbanding going to be account-wide on a single account, or are they going to make it account-wide across your battle.net? If they make it account-wide across your battle.net, then all of a sudden, 6 times 8, 40, all of a sudden that's 480 characters. That becomes quite a lot, assuming you have 8 active World of Warcraft accounts. I can't imagine there's many people that do, but there are a handful, I know for sure. It depends how far they're going to push this, because obviously pets and mounts and things and toys have been fully battle.net account wide for a while. Could be interesting to see. This is kind of why I want to make sure I document a bunch of this, so that we can look back at it in 6 months and go, okay, yeah, this was what it was, and because we are going to see the same thing happening again. This happens in the run-up to every new expansion. We get shown a bunch of things, and we don't get any of it for ages, meaning we are now going to have to just kind of sit here, and our brains are just going to think, and they're going to tick over, and they're going to be like, oh, this would be nice to see. Oh, what if this feature did this? Oh, that would be nice. And the more and more and more and more and more you think about these sorts of things and speculate what might come, it's like a game of Chinese whispers. Is that even a political phrase? Is that a PC phrase nowadays? I don't know. People know what I mean when I say Chinese whispers. The raw information at the beginning starts to get a bit muddy, and extra little things slip in occasionally that you think were shown but actually weren't. And then when the final product does turn up, you're like, oh, I thought it was going to do this, 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 and this. And it's like, no, you just dreamt it was going to do that. So this is why I want to be quite proactive about, tracking some of this in video form at least, so I can look back at my own videos and go, okay, so that's what happened. If the warband is battle.net account-wide, that introduces the same problems that the guild bank has to solve, making it really slow. Yeah, this is... let's put the chat on stream. Yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. I need to make this chat slightly less fat, because it's kind of getting in the way a little bit there, wasn't it? Yeah, if the warband bank ends up being as slow as the guild bank, it's going to be a touch of a frustration for me. I would hope that if they're going to go this far into... Well, actually, maybe not, because there's a reason why the guild bank is so slow, and it's because of the extra validation checks that Blizzard does before it allows you to put anything in or take anything out, which greatly slows down the speed of use for it. So the reason that is because the guild bank is technically considered a public space, because you have access to it. Other people who are completely not you can also have access to it, and so what Blizzard does is I'm quite sure if you dig down, have the ability to dig down into the code, you'll see that there's lots of extra validation steps that take place to make sure that anything going in and going out is sort of tracked properly, and they make it so that player A and player B can't take the same stack of things out at the exact same time. There's lots of things that go on behind the scenes which ultimately just slows it down. Now the warband shouldn't technically have those same limitations, because it's still a shared access space, but it's not public. It's all your stuff, and you can't share that stuff, or at least we don't believe that you'll be able to share that stuff with anybody else outside of your own characters. So hopefully it should just be as snappy as a reagent bank or a regular bank, especially considering you in theory can't be in 2 places at once. So but then again, if you had 2 accounts open at the same time, if it's battle.net wide, then it's another thing. Who knows? These are the things we'll find out, but Let's grab some more mail, and more importantly, let's grab some coffee. So we just make some bank halts and dump our stuff in there to make it available for the warband. Yeah, it's. I think the concept of it is that it's just a shared space for all of your characters. So your bank and your reagent bank is personal to that character. The warband bank and warband reagent bank will be shared space for all of your characters to use. €50 is the cheapest license every year. Or they keep the saga every 2 years still. I find it very difficult to believe with what was said at BlizzCon that they plan on keeping 2-year expansions. But then they announced that the new expansion is not going to launch until fall 2024, which could easily be 12 months from today. So let's not forget Blizzard's 20th anniversary falls on the 14th of November. So releasing the 10th expansion on the 20th anniversary of the game is just kind of cool marketing, right? But that does mean that Dragonflight will have lasted 2 years. I can't see them trying to, with what was said about how they want to bring us this content at a faster pace, and them announcing 3 expansions under one overarching theme. Are they going to trim it down to yearly or 18-month-long expansions? Yeah, I don't know. They said the saga will conclude by 2030. Well, of course it will. Of course it will. You'd have to by default, right? Like, even worst case scenario. Are there also TSM groups and operations for Wrath of the Lich King Classic? Mine, no. If you're referring to my specific groups and operations, no, I don't play Classic. We have Season 4 announced. Well, we have Season 4. It's going to be another Fated season, which is kind of rubbing people up the wrong way as well. And I can fully understand why. As it seems, they seem to now be using a Fated season instead of a pure new content patch, which I can understand why that's of frustration to many.
Hail.
We already have this kind of... This has historically been a thing for Blizzard, that we've always had an extra long last patch of the expansion. And of course, historically then, they would always, or as of recently, I should say, they've tried to like give us things to keep tide us over during that extra long final patch. But they seem to have just kind of... taken it upon themselves to decide, right, well, we will just shave one regular patch off and we'll use all of this filler content instead. Which is like, well, no. Filler content is meant to fill in the gaps. It's not meant to replace the main content. So I can see why that sort of frustrates people. This is why I'm often very overly skeptical about when they do some of this filler content. Because you know full well that if they get away with utilizing filler content quicker and easier, like less thorough, if they can get away with providing you something mediocre, and it still does reasonably well, and people don't complain about it too much. It just gives them the license to go and do it more frequently. And if it starts to replace, you know, the current or the well-structured, well-thought-out true content, true new content, it becomes a problem. I giggled when I saw they were launching Cataclysm Classic. The whole reason why people are asked for Classic in the... What did make me giggle is when they first announced it, the stunned silence in the audience. People were like, oh, you are doing Classic then? Oh, we didn't really want this. I don't think there was much excitement in the audience. Nobody was going, woo, we get to tickle Deathwing's toes again, woo. It was just like, oh, this is what you're telling us. It's, you know, I mean, you wouldn't have bet much on them not doing it, but at the same time, it was not really... You could tell it wasn't particularly what people wanted. At least the hardcore players there even weren't particularly making a song and dance of it. Everybody, you know, this is the thing, right? This is the problem when people like speculate and rumor mills start rolling and people come up with their own ideas, and people like 20 different people had a different slight variation of what they'd want Classic Plus to be, and unless Blizzard actually said the words Classic Plus, then I don't think some of them were ever going to be quite happy. But she wasn't the best presenter. She'd really tried, but she didn't really make people excited. Hey, look, I don't bash on this. I don't bash on this at all. Simply because standing up on a stage in front of a huge audience of people that are true diehard fans, no less, is not a simple thing to do in any way, shape or form. You have to kind of remember what these people's day jobs are. Their day jobs is to sit behind a computer screen and code a video game. Their day job is not to be a professional presenter. Blizzard are lucky they have a few members of the team who, you know, are more than comfortable doing that, but there are vast amounts of the development team and the art, you know, team and whatever are like, you know, they are going to... Some of them you could tell were really nervous, but I think generally overall they, you know, anybody that presented at BlizzCon pretty much did a bang up job, to be fair. I mean, it was a hard sell. That's the thing, really. It was clearly a hard sell. That was never going to be an easy thing to announce, knowing full well that, you know, people were more excited about something you're mostly not announcing. So, yeah. The odd thing was the way they prefaced the Kata announcement with, we listened to all the feedback from everywhere. Well, see, yeah, this is it, right? This whoever scripted it, done them dirty, because, well, what do you mean listen to all the feedback from everywhere? I don't think there's many people that were screaming and shouting for Cataclysm. Most people's question was like, are they going to do Cataclysm? Since Cataclysm was, like, in the eyes of many, the start of the decline. Or the start of the decline is an unfair way of saying that they peaked in wrath, right? You know, they peaked with killing the Lich King. It was nearly impossible for them to continue at that sort of pace forever. They peaked at the Lich King, and, you know, and so hence when Cataclysm turned up, it was interesting. We'll use that word again. We'll use the interesting word. The auction, the bank is working nice and fast today. So fast, in fact, that it doesn't know what to do with this one. All right, sure. Do we do a full pet cycle? We should probably do a full pet cycle. A full pet cycle, to me, is both searching for new pets to buy whilst also caging up any pets that we're missing. And then posting everything that we have. 10.2 is coming in 2 days. Is there any use for me to spend my sparks? Didn't raid, so don't have any gear to upgrade. Well, you can probably make 437 bits of gear, right? 437 bits of gear, I think, is... Oh, or 424, 437 bits of gear. There's not a... I mean, it's your call, really. There's not a huge use of it. Honestly, probably just you getting first-time craft bonuses and stuff is probably the smartest way. Use them to grab a few maybe final remaining knowledge points for you. This is also something to talk about. This is something that we want to talk about a bit more. Maybe a slightly different topic for a slightly different video per se, but it appears that the majority of the crafting system is here to stay. The overall vibe from Blizzard was that the crafting system has done what they sort of expected it to do. They've also claimed that there's a few tweaks that need to be done, which I'm glad they've addressed, the fact that it's not a perfect system. But equally, the fact that they basically didn't... I don't think they mentioned the word professions even once. Not to mention what we consider... What we were informed was planning on being the fourth pillar. They then replaced the fourth pillar. They replaced the fourth pillar with delves. Oh, great. Thanks. Okay. Rip fourth pillar. That did make me giggle. That was quite amusing. Clearly, crafting was never actually meant to be the fourth pillar of play. That was just a good way of selling it. But anyway, who knows? Maybe delves also don't... Maybe delves don't also actually plan on being a pillar of play. I think most people who aren't goblins feel the new crafting system's a complete failure. Yeah, the consensus on this is a little bit is very mixed. It's very mixed, I think. It's clearly the new crafting system is clearly, it has a bigger barrier to entry. There's no denying that. The barrier to entry is much higher now. You have to have you're not just picking up a few materials and following a guide for 5 minutes and having a maxed out profession anymore. You do kind of need to use your brain, and there is an element of consistent play with the professions. Now, if you only ever utilized professions to get that one piece of gear or that tiny little advantage for when you went out raiding, you weren't really the target market for professions in my eyes anyway. So if those players are considering the new profession system to be too much like hard work for them, I don't think Blizzard mind too much, because they weren't really the people who were, like I said, that wasn't the target market for it. I think generally the new crafting system is far, far better for those that are interested and do enjoy playing around and tinkering with the crafting. A lot of us here probably fall into that category, you know, of people who do actually take time and enjoy trying to level things up, and you know, the art of trying to buy something at a price where you can then sell it for that little bit more to make it worthwhile doing is an avenue of gameplay, a pillar, you could say, of what you choose to do in the game. I think most people who are of that mindset think that the crafting system is probably fine. The only issue I have, though, is the crafting system as it stands currently is outrageously difficult for most people to make any gold with. you have to really have either pushed yourself way ahead of the curve by either like min-maxing knowledge points early on, hardcore grinding knowledge points early on, or just by having an extreme understanding of how it all works from the word go. Those were the people who've been able to take advantage and actually continue to use the crafting system in a way that can reliably make you more gold than you started with. But ultimately, I think the crafting system, in conjunction with the region-wide auction house for commodities, has made it so that most people who don't want to care about professions don't have to care about professions. This is where there's a slight misbalance for me personally, that you would you need there to be some incentive for the people who do enjoy it to go out and do it, other than it just purely being 100% for the fun of it sort of thing. Today, you could make a brand new character. Look at all these level 70 character boosts that are going to start floating about. All of these level 70 character boosts, which will have absolutely 0 knowledge points. All these level 70 character boosts with 0 knowledge points are not going to technically have any issues, because they can just buy their flasks, their potions, their enchants. They can buy everything off the auction house at cost. At crafting cost. There is no advantage to you picking up a profession in terms of, well, if I pick up this profession and I level this profession, then at least my potions are cheaper, because I can make my own potions then, rather than paying the price they are on the auction house. That's not an advantage that exists anymore with the new system. So if you don't want to play with professions, you absolutely don't have to. Price will go up due to the start of the tier. Unlikely. The prices for materials are likely to be as high as they ever will be. Today, right? In 2 days' time, the price of everything will start declining. I nearly guarantee it. Let me jump back onto this YouTube question quickly. When selling Transmog, I'm coming to the conclusion that every time I put it in the auction house, within 10 minutes, most of the same Transmog have been re-auctioned by other sellers. Is there a trick? Yes. Quantity. Quantity is the only way you sell Transmog. Cancelling and reposting Transmog is a terrible idea, because the listing fee is often quite high, meaning if you cancel it, you basically put that gold in the bin. So where Transmog is concerned, you post it for either 12, 24 or 48 hours, whatever you prefer, and you leave it there until it expires. And then if it doesn't sell, by the time, whatever doesn't sell ends up in your mailbox, and you do the same again. The need to be top of the list with Transmog isn't there. It's a slow seller, to be fair, but if somebody posts their piece of Transmog after yours, well, if somebody comes along and buys theirs, then yours is still next in line. And when you really get down to the nitty-gritty of it, it's armor, and so it's not a last-in, first-out system in the first place. It's just a list. People buy one off the list. It's not actually last in, first out like it is with commodities. So it doesn't actually even operate the same way. So the TLDR, don't worry about it. Post it. If it ends up back in your mailbox after 48 hours, post it again. And have absolutely zero expectations that any of it will ever sell. If you have zero expectations you'll sell Transmog, the only possible outcome is that you sell something and then you're happy about it. Which is why never, ever, 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 ever look at the value that you have listed on the auction house and think that you might ever see that amount of gold, because you probably never will. 80 to 90% of your Transmog will probably almost never sell. is the conclusion that most people who've played with Transmog for any amount of time come to. What you do is you then, as you learn what does sell and what doesn't sell, and why and how, you start to slowly sort of curate that list of things that you list down to a smaller number, so it's less to deal with. But the reality is when you first start collecting and posting Transmog, most of it won't sell. The War Within's starting to look super alt-friendly. Agreed. Big agree. It is looking as if they are definitely moving in the right direction. Retail is becoming far more seasonal, and might want to change the YouTube stream title. What's the YouTube stream title? It should be discussing all things BlizzCon, right? Or is it not? Oh, I think I know what I might have done, though. I think I might have not changed the thumbnail, which is maybe slightly problematic. Channel level settings. Can I not change the thumbnail of a stream while I'm live? That sounds odd. Oh yeah, BlizzCon watch parties, probably not so much, is it? Let's change that. Oopsie doops. This is one thing I forget about streaming on. I forget that streaming on YouTube, I have to remember thumbnails. I need to make a couple of reasonably good but generic thumbnails for the streams on YouTube. Also, for when people go looking at the VODs, I need to get into the habit of making a thumbnail for each VOD. Where the flippin' hell is the right thumbnail? I've lost it. I've lost it. Oh god, maybe I didn't save it. Okay, I apparently don't have the right thumbnail anymore. I have no idea where I've put that. Oh well, they'll just have to stay. Can I just remove, change? Why can I? Okay. Annoying. I can't just remove the current thumbnail. BlizzCon Watch Party Day 2. Oh. Yeah, now it does. Why has it done that? What? Why is it changed? Okay. Sounds like too much work. It is. I can make sure the title's correct. Just the stupid thumbnail. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I'll just use that one. I'll just use that one then. Just use that one. That should fix things. Right. Thank you for sticking through with me, boys and girls. Good old YouTube seems to somehow magically change the title back to the old one for some reason. I don't know why. It should be good now. Right. You're doing well on those Doom Rubbles. How many have I sold now? That's a good question. Should we have a look? Ledger, revenue. Four of them apparently. I bought them for an average of about 7k a piece, which by today's prices is a little bit above, but sold 4 for an average of 19k so far. So yeah, we're doing alright. Doing alright. They're clearly dropping in value though. These are the only two. Oh, apparently I've sold. Okay. Oh, this is just the last 30 days. Did we cage up anything? Nothing to cage. Nothing to cage. Ooh, should we buy a couple more of these? Living fluid. I don't know what you are, but you're cheap. Cheddar. Sure. It's watch party day 4 now. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. That would also work, I suppose. Speaking of warbands in War Within, does anybody reckon this could be the end of multi-accounts? If all your Battle.net characters, instead of just WoW account, gets merged into one login screen like they said? Well, for reference, they didn't say that, just to point out. Doesn't that mean you can't open 2 clients because it'll complain you're logged in somewhere else? Well, this is what we don't know. This is one of the aspects of warbands we don't know. We don't know how it's going to affect multi-accounts. My suspicion and the most likely outcome of this is that each of your accounts will still act separately, but you'll have a warband on each account. If anything, I actually hope that that's the way that it goes. I hope they don't merge everything. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me. It doesn't make a lot of sense for them to merge everything. And actually, you'll have problems there with EU and NA accounts, because it's entirely possible on one Battle.net for you to have EU and NA accounts. So yeah, I don't know how that's going to work. It's a good question though. My brother uses my second account. I don't want him using my mats. Well, get him trained. Get him well trained. Or don't let somebody else use your account is the true rule there. Only jumped at me because they specifically said Battle.net accounts in the interviews, which was weird, instead of each unique WoW license. Was this in a? I mean, was this in a spoken interview, or was this one that was what's the word? Transcribed? Because yes, you are right. You know. Exact use of words in that scenario does matter, but equally it doesn't matter because it's still a year away, and it's probably, you know, this is one thing you have to super duper mega remember. Just like PTRs, absolutely everything they say is 100% subject to change. They've 180'd on things in the past, so it's nice to kind of know in the direction that they're going, but I wouldn't pick at semantics too heavily, because yeah, there is a strong chance that anything could change. My project pet might come to an end in 11.0 though, or well, it might come to an end, or it might just boom. Who knows? A wild Tammy Trader appears. How we doing? Welcome in. I believe that's your YouTube name anyway. If it's not, I apologise. Either way, welcome in. Making way for the improved Project Pet 3.0. We haven't even gone on to 2.0 properly, let's be honest. I've been slacking. The reality is I do not have enough pets for resale on half the realms that I'm already on. So expanding further than I already am is unlikely to be a thing. I did kind of want to roll Project Pet into Project Pet 2.0 with expanding onto more realms for the purpose of just cross-realm flipping. But the truth be told is the whole process is too much like hard work for me. I can't be bothered. I am very lazy when it comes to this sort of stuff at heart. Which is problematic. Because, well, it's not problematic. It means I just don't do as well as some other people who put more effort in. That's the honest answer. Half the fun for me is the theory, working it all out and how it works. Putting it into practice is a different story completely. One of the interviews said your entire account roster will be part of the warband. Not everybody will show up in the cool camp selection screen. Horde and Alliance are included. Yeah, so there we go. Your entire account. Now, you got to remember, probably the vast majority of players of this game have one account and have never, ever, ever had any inclination or reason to make a second one. It's only, you know, people who have ever tried to do the goblin thing, tried to make a bunch of gold and have then tried to optimize the making of that gold that have even considered having second accounts. The amount of people that have more than 2 accounts, or even 2 accounts, is probably tiny. It just seems like it's a common thing in the goblin sphere because we have good use for it, right? But most probably don't. Most players probably have no use whatsoever for a second account, and so it doesn't matter. I've 2 boosts I haven't used yet. I mean, I've got a bunch of them. I've got a level 60 boost on this account. I've got a level 70 boost on my auction house account now because I accidentally bought the War Within on the wrong account. On my main account, I think I've got 4 character boosts available. I really should just use them. There's not much point having them sat there doing nothing. I bet there's still people that have like 40, 50, like not in quantity but level character boosts as well. Because it's easy to just, you know, if you have a bunch of characters already and you get given it as part of the expansion, it's easy for some players to not actually bother using it. Some people enjoy leveling a character from fresh, especially if it's a new class, because it gives you at least some opportunity to have some idea about how it plays, you know. If you dive straight into a max level character that on a class you've never played before, it can be a little overwhelming. I did the same accident with one of my Dragonflight accounts. Asked for a refund. They did it the same day. Oh yeah, they will. Look, I mean, the reality is that me putting my auction house account having the most current expansion is something I've always had anyway. I've always bought 2 copies of the game, and once again, truth be told, it was all done with Blizzard balance from gold anyway, so I don't mind too much. Cursed Burstman, we don't get many of these on the cheap. Don't get many of these on the cheap. We'll have one of those even if we just flip it on the same realm. Well, a level 25 Darkmoon Zeppelin. That's gonna sit in our. That's 1 less pet for me to level. Another level 25 Clockwork Gnome. Who's posted all their level 25s for cheap accidentally? Either way, I'll take them. I'll 'em. 'Cause, well, 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 'em. 'Cause Collections. Zeppelin. Let's, oh, I've already got a level 25 one. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess we sell it then. Main and Death Knight, it'll stay that way. First alt's going to be the Warlock, I thinking. Shaman the second, no idea for the third. There's a bunch, there's always bunches, like, there's so much variety you can have. Like, this was my theory back in the day. Back in the day, I wanted a character of each armor type. This is why I had a mage, because mage covered cloth. A farming druid was so common that my leather wearer was a druid. My main has been my hunter for almost as long as I can remember. And then I've always had a paladin as like my main alt, if that makes sense, which wears plate. That's always worked quite well for me generally for like collecting stuff and for just generally playing slightly different roles. But if I'm honest, nowadays, 9 times out of 10, if I'm making a new character, it's going to be a hunter. It's just the class I know how to play, and it's the class I enjoy playing. So, why change? Is your wife's nickname Manthieus? No, no. She pays very, very little attention to what it is I do. Luckily, she is more than accepting of what I do, because it's obviously not a career path that is super financially lucrative. But from a mental state, it keeps me happy, which is the number one criteria, I think. But outside of that, she has practically no idea what it is I do. She knows I make videos, and she knows I talk to the internet.
Got the best deals anywheres.
Well, Manthieus was a good filter whilst it lasted. Oh yeah, back when we had the camera filters, yeah.
Pleasure doing business with you.
An indigo? How much are these going for nowadays? 100k? Sheesh! Have I sold many of these recently? Or ever? No data on these. Well, it did show. It didn't post it. Does that mean somebody's posted one unnecessarily cheap? More of these things. Last sold 352 days ago. Okay, not too excited about buying more of these, considering the last time I sold one was 1 billion years ago. But they're considerably cheaper than average, so we'll have a few more. Draenei Micro Defender. Couple of cheap ones. We'll have the cheap ones. That'll do.
If you ever need any.
That'll do. What does your husband do? Oh yeah, he talks to the internet. Well, luckily nowadays, most people know and understand what YouTube is. And if you say to somebody, oh yeah, what do you do? Oh, I make YouTube videos. People now also have an understanding that that can actually be like a job as well, right? So that's kind of, I mean, it's taken 10 years for people to understand that, but that's usually the way that it goes. So what does your husband do? Oh yeah, he makes YouTube videos and sometimes he streams. And most people latch onto the YouTube bit because it's the bit they sort of understand. And they're like, oh, he makes YouTube videos. Okay, cool. What YouTube videos does he make? And then she just says, oh, one's on video games. And then people are like, oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on now. That's how the conversation goes anyway. And if I happen to be there, then I might, you know, fill in the gaps a little bit. But otherwise, I just, like, keep it simple. Just say you work in marketing. Yeah. I mean, I could come up with a vast amount of profession titles if I really wanted. I mean, I make my own thumbnails. That makes me a graphic designer, right? Surely. By virtue of the fact that I can copy and paste in Paint, job done. Graphic designer. Graphic designer, marketing extraordinaire. You know, whatever you want to say. Most of it's a complete lie, but, you know, it's all good. Sir Reginald. Not sold any of these, but we'll have another one to spread them around. Drudge Ghoul. Not overly excited about buying too many more of these either. But these might see some love eventually. Cage up anything we're missing. I work in games and only other game developers have any idea what it is I do. Yeah, exactly. This is it. This is... As long as you can say something that somebody understands is a profession, and even if they know nothing about it, they can go, nice. And move the conversation on, that's fine. But it was not so long ago where if you said, like even now, even today, right? Because let's be real here, I am probably nowadays more of a streamer than I am a YouTuber, but I will still predominantly say I'm a YouTuber because people understand it more so. If I was to tell people, oh yeah, I stream on Twitch, they're like, what? If you say you live stream, I can tell you where most people's brain goes first. And you have to be very careful to quickly correct that first assumption. Because no, I am not a sex worker. even though when people's first instinct when you say that you stream yourself on the internet, that's what people jump to. It's why it's safer to say I do YouTube. Not many other professions out there have this problem, you know, because most people understand that like a thing is a thing, like a job is a job. But when it comes to any form of content creation or social media in any way, shape or form, people get confused very quickly. I'm thinking games, where are you at? Yeah, sure, shush. Lies. That might just be a male perspective. Sure. I need to be more consistent with posting these, you know. We're not seeing much come through. This is also the downside of mostly having trash to sell. I've never seen a male hot tub stream. Do they exist? It's a good question, actually. I mean, I've certainly not done much what I would consider significant research into that topic, but you're right. I don't think I've ever really seen many male titty streamers. Let's put it that way. Vicidious globule. Bought a few, sold a few. Bought a few, not sold a few for a while, though. Maybe that's because we haven't got many spread around.
That's it. I
Buy
got
those
mouths
as well.
to feed now.
Buying a lot of the same pet currently at the moment, but it'll do what they're relatively cheap, and it'll do one of two things. It will either go up in value slightly when we move on from the current content because less people get them, or it'll drop to 100 gold and it'll be dead, but without too much of a risk because they're cheap enough, it's fine. If they go to 10k this time next year, then it's a win. When they say delves, all I think is Delphine. Am I the only one? Maybe. Because they said delves, and the first thing that I thought was Path of Exile. But that's me. I literally only ever see Amaranth in my Twitch feed. Well, it's because that woman's a machine. She's a absolute machine. Her work ethic is almost second to none on this platform. You have streamers out there, right? That you look at people like Summit, for example. People who casually stream 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have done for like multiple years in a row without a break. That's one thing, right? Amaranth is running multiple businesses. She has multiple outlets of content. She now has streaming deals on nearly all of the platforms. Like the woman is a machine, regardless of whether you think what she does is, you know, regardless on your opinion on what she does, you cannot deny that, like, from a just pure grind perspective, she's pretty impressive. Even if she is just, you know, predominantly, you know, attracting, you know, a certain type of individual. An entertainer? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if that entertains you, it entertains you. How do you get recipes from PvP Season 2? Are they going to drop in future seasons, or will they be unobtainable going forward? Not confirmed, but I suspect they'll just do they've copy-pasted everything else from 10.1, so I suspect they'll do the same. You can buy 10.1 recipes from a vendor nowadays. I said 10.0 PvP recipes, so Season 1 PvP recipes you can buy from a vendor. They'll probably do the same with Season 2 ones, I think. Maybe, possibly. Is it that you buy them from a vendor, or is it... I think you buy them from a vendor, but it's not for gold, it's for maybe Dragon Isle supplies or something. I can't remember exactly how it worked, but... Is it Marks of Honor? That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the likelihood is they'll do exactly the same. They'll put the Season 2 recipes for Marks of Honor as well. And then you'll have to just find Season 3 recipes. She's got that drive. I think a lot of streamers just kind of want to get paid to play games, and that's enough. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, there's... The hustle needs to be there for streaming. And I know full well that I'm even subject to this flaw. And you'll see this, right? This is why I think I've slowly... And I do feel as if I need to change this, but I have slowly drifted into being way more of just a streamer than a full-on content creator. But then again, I think there is a part of it where it's... I would be more... I still enjoy making YouTube videos. I just need a really good reason to get stuck into something, which I haven't really found yet. I've spent a lot of time this year like playing other games and finding something else to be passionate about. Passionate enough to play it for a consistent amount of time, passionate enough to make content about it. And we've tried a few things, obviously. Diablo 4 came out, and I thought that had potential going into it. but unfortunately, maybe not so much. The enjoyment factor, unfortunately, wasn't there for me with Diablo 4, so that wasn't something I was really, going to push into too much.
I got what you need.
Gold making in Dragonflight, I went into Dragonflight thinking that this could be the expansion for crafters, and that this could it could have even have been the cherry on top from what we had in Shadowlands. But unfortunately, some of the early cracks in the system never got patched over, never got filled, never got rectified, and it's now borderline impossible. I'm not going to say impossible, because you can if you put time and effort into it, but it's super challenging to do anything special unless you've got just like copious amounts of time, gold, or effort to put into it. Did they even say the word professions out loud at BlizzCon? Not once. Not once. Not even once. The only info we've got about professions from BlizzCon is from sort of after the fact interviews and stuff that's happened. We even now have a fourth pillar that has apparently replaced the fourth pillar that we were under the assumption was crafting, which obviously clearly isn't, because they've taken down the sign that says professions. They've put up one that says delves. So that's apparently the new fourth pillar.
Come back anytime.
But what are you going to do?
Yeah, what do you want?
Makes sense. You rarely see tables with 5 legs. It's very true. It's very true. The new professions didn't really lend itself well for content creation, despite how complex the system is for regular players, especially the region-wide auction house is the only reason that it very, very heavily lends itself to content creation, because there is so much you could talk about, and there's so much you could break down, and there's so much you could help others with. But that is then the issue, right? The region-wide auction house has made it so that... I was taking a little bit of a look at this yesterday. I know I said I didn't get to play games much yesterday, but about 10 o'clock last night I sat down and was sort of, playing a few bits and pieces. And I took a look through Jewel Crafting just to see what the state of play is currently. And there is nothing that is even remotely sensible to start crafting. Unless you are willing to spend a huge amount of time crafting and stockpiling materials now, with the hope that they somehow magically go up, that the value of them somehow goes up, which in this day and age you cannot put any guarantees on. The way that we have seen the economy work since the region-wide auction house now is that the run-up to a patch is your opportunity to make gold. As soon as the patch lands, you're back into this day trading kind of concept, right? Everybody that stockpiled pre-patch starts dumping their stock, and it really doesn't take many people to just completely dumpster the value of a material again. And you always get the fact that there's a delay. There's this sort of a temporary period when a new patch lands where people are kind of hesitant because they have spent a bunch of gold buying a lot of things, and they kind of expected the prices to go up because it's a new patch and prices go up, right? But then prices aren't going up, and we know, if you're an experienced goblin, you know that, well, the prices are not going to go up until people start have a reason to buy things, and people don't have that reason to buy things until sort of, until the actual season starts, which is often a week or so after the patch. Then you've got to give people time to actually go out there and get some of the currencies they need to actually start buying the things from you. So it can be 7 to 14 days before... 7 to 14 days after a patch lands, where until the market really starts to get going, which means there's a lot of time. There's 7 to 14 days for people to panic that their investment isn't going to work and they just cut their they just dump on the auction house. This is when you start to see huge, massive stockpiles of things accrue on the auction house, meaning that prices never actually go up because of demand, because there was way too much surplus stock just lying around. So the time to make gold is actually before a patch nowadays, and it's kind of weird how it's happened that way. I hate the word delves. Does not lend itself to foreign English speakers, and the phonetics of the word is such a downer. Yeah, it's a weird word. Delves. It's like dumb elves. What about the shipments, copium? I'm not sold on the shipments. I think that people are going to be in for a bad time with these shipments. And this is why I've not bought anything. And it's because of the mechanics of how the shipments works. People are using the same logic from the weekly barter brick turn-ins. They're using the same logic from that to assume that shipments will work the same way. But the structure of the system is not the same. So with the weekly turn-ins for barter bricks, it specifically asked you for certain crafted items. So of course, those crafted items, and often the materials that would go into making those crafted items, for a 12 to 24 hour period would spike, because people would buy them all out. It was relatively safe. You can't get away with doing that with the shipments, because the shipments are going to provide you with like 5 or 6 different options for turn-ins. Now, if one of them just gets bought out and reset, then people just won't buy that material. You know, people either have the materials themselves already and hand in the ones they already own, or they'll go to the auction house to buy materials, and if all of a sudden one of them is spiked in value, like if all of a sudden diamonds have doubled in price, then, well, people aren't going to buy diamonds, are they? They're going to buy the cheap one. They're going to buy the leather or something. It's not going to be feasible, I don't think, for 6 out of 12 materials every week to be fully bought up. That's just not going to happen. Or people will try it one week and realise that, shit, I got left holding the bag on this, especially when you consider the fact that people have bought and stockpiled a bunch of materials in speculation for this. Now, I know the entire region is going to probably want to buy some materials, and some people might make some small amounts of gold. But I find it very difficult to believe that people will be printing money with these shipments. You would have to... I mean, at this point, it's like playing roulette, right? You need to... Instead of there being like, what is it, like 30 things on the roulette wheel, there's like 20 different materials. You've just got to kind of put your chips and hope that the materials that you buy comes up. But the payoff is not going to be anywhere near as good. So I'm this is why I have chosen to not do anything in regards to shipments, because I'm not convinced it's going to be the boom that some people have assumed. Would you say this is the same for limited materials like the cloth and the Dracothists? This time round, who knows? Who knows? Because we are not getting new materials. We are not getting a replacement for Dracothist. The supply of the Dracothists at any given point will be what the supply of Dracothists is. But by this point, I would also state that there is plenty enough alchemists out there pressing their button to make their Dracothists. So I don't think there's really going to be much of a shortage of them to make them go up. Drizzling Rose, welcome in. Yeah, exactly. There are people out there that already have a really solid setup and infrastructure ready for this. This is why, historically, a new something each patch is kind of healthy, because it's what I refer to as like a soft reset. A soft reset means that when they bring something new in, even if you have done nothing before the patch, you at least are at the same point as everybody else. There's like that soft reset. A hard reset is like when we go from one expansion to another, where all the materials change, all of the crafts change, absolutely everything changes. And you basically ignore anything that you ever had, and you just start again. That doesn't happen between patches, because you'll still continue to use the same expansion's materials, but they'll add something new. A soft reset, for example, this time round is going to be the new, what do you call them, the embellishments. Same scenario as 10.1. They're going to drop from the raid, and so people need to get into the raid first. People are going to need to get into the raid to be able to get the recipes. There are 2 new materials that are going into making these new ones. One which is the same as the Shadow Gas, not Shadow Gas, Jesus, that's Shadowlands. The Shadow Flame Essence. There's now a Dreaming Essence, which we believe is going to work the same way. It's going to drop from the raid. Plus the antlers, the antler farms from skinning. The antler farm from skinning, people are going to have sort of 7 days to go out there with their skinners and to try their luck daily to get this rare skin. And I'm quite sure there'll be many skinners out there trying to do the same. And the supply of those antlers will sit on the auction house for the first week. There'll be no true demand for them, because nobody will have the recipes to make anything with them. There will only be people buying them if they are buying them in preparation to hopefully get the recipe the week after. It's very risky for anybody involved. In a way, that's the one thing I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out next week. I'm intrigued to see just what the availability of these antlers is going to be, and more importantly, whether people are going to buy any of them and sit on them. I don't think we're going to have like much of a crazy market in play with them, but it's probably one of the only things I'm going to dabble in 10.2 from a gold-making perspective. I think it makes... oh my god, I've got like no gold on this realm. That's a problem. I'm likely to buy and try and get my hands on some of these antlers, and probably in turn also try and get my hands on the recipes once they come out. But additionally, at the same time, it's like, ooh, it's quite a risk. So I've not really decided.
The pleasure was all mine.
Way too many people have their alchemy tailoring alt armies now. It's basically all I ever see people talking about for money making. I'm skeptical of alchemy as a money maker without some serious auction house babysitting. The right way to do alchemy is to have already done alchemy. By that, I mean that the best way to do alchemy is to have already bought your materials, to have already crafted your potions and flasks and whatever, and probably to have already sold most of it as well. Since you can take advantage of the speculation pricing on materials rising, meaning your crafting cost for each potions is actually at quite a high point now, meaning you could still be selling them out there to people thinking that they're still cheap, that they haven't gone up in price. Just be that's the way you be ahead of the game right now. And if you're also clever, you probably throw an awful lot of saved up artisans metal at it as well. It's weird how artisans metal technically is where your profit is nowadays for most things. Because everything sits at or around crafting cost, or very, very close to. And that I should also point out, that's crafting cost inclusive of resourcefulness procs and multi-craft procs. That's kind of where the market price for things sits. Where you have the opportunity to take advantage is more about when there's artisans metal being used to guarantee something at quality 3 that you couldn't otherwise do. And we're going to update the TSM groups for patrons. I'll try and get that done day one. Although it's a touch difficult because some of the recipes and stuff, I'm going to have to hope that... Obviously, there's stuff that doesn't come out until the next week. I will absolutely do my best to have a full set of new groups available, yeah. I don't know how... I mean, I could look at trying to get that set up tomorrow. I just don't know how... It's usually not very reliable taking it from PTR data and taking it from just like IDs that may not necessarily be the final IDs for products. TLDR is yes. You'll have it by when it's important to have it by. Made 1.3 mil this week with 55 tailors and 55 alchemists. I mean, that's good effort, that. That's good effort. Artisans, metal, and multicraft is where I get my vile profits from. Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be it. That's kind of the... That's... In a way, this was... I mean, you could say this was a big brain play by Blizzard, in a way, because they kind of knew this going in, and we sort of also kind of knew it was going to be that way. That your spending of artisans metal to extract as much gold as you can from artisans metal is the way to do it. The only... I guess it's kind of alright, because artisans metal for a lot of people was basically dead, since you could just circumvent the use of artisans metal by just having high inspiration. So there's been some risks for sure, and some sort of imbalances with how artisans metal played out this expansion. But once again, I would not be surprised to see something of the equivalent next expansion as well, because from everything that's for the lack of information from BlizzCon, the lack of information tells us a lot. The lack of information tells us that as far as professions are concerned, they haven't really got any plans to change anything, at least not dramatically. So no news in that regard is probably the fact that we're just going to see a relatively similar variation in the new expansion of exactly what we have now. I do think it's going to go as far as grinding knowledge points again, which I will probably kick up a bit of a stink about once we get access to alphas and betas, if it is just a copy paste, because I don't think that I get it's a good way to pace the professions, but at the same time I think they must do more to facilitate people making mistakes. It works against the people. It works giving a reset or giving, ways to catch up. It does take away from the players that put the effort in the first place. But overall, I think it was a little bit too brutal. A little bit too brutal. The amount of weeks that you needed to grind your knowledge points for to cap a profession, I think, was too many. Even somebody like myself who focuses on that sort of stuff was getting to the point where, like, this is outrageous. I still haven't finished blacksmithing. It just got outrageous. I do think they are going to have to address that. I hope they do something to address it before the end of the expansion. I hope they do something to allow people to just like power Zerg up to the top towards the end, because after patch 10.2 has been around for a while, there won't be any harm in letting everybody be max in their profession, in all honesty, because there won't be any advantage to be had by being maxed out in your profession anyway. There's little reason to hold it back at that point. I see Bellula made his own Patreon now. Does Bellula not have a Patreon? I would have assumed he'd already had one. I would have assumed he'd have had one a long time ago. I don't know how it works for somebody like Bellula having a Patreon, because what Bellula has to be careful of is there's a seeming conflict of interest by the fact that he has his YouTube and he has his Warcraft and he has his Bellula news and that sort of stuff, and then he also has his game development side of things. He does. He's moved away from it. Done it. Yeah. See, this is what some people are doing. I think Preach did the same, didn't he? Some people choose to take it all internal. Because whilst Patreon is great because it's got the brand name and a lot of people understand what Patreon is they still take a cut. The reality is they still take a cut. And if you foresee that you can cover the cost of doing it all internally, then sure, carry on. It doesn't make any sense for somebody like me to take it internal though, because the risks of doing it internally don't outweigh the slight, you know, the extra 10% revenue. Ooh, that's very cheap. Devoured Wader. There's a lot of cheap stuff on this realm. Clearly we're on a bigger server right now, and I'm clearly running out of gold on this realm. Do I want to buy Devoured Wader? There's a bunch of them over here. Does this mean the region price on these is tanking? The region market average value is dipping 14%. They are going down in value, so I want to be careful. I actually need to research this one. Devoured Wader. What was it called? Devoured Wader. $81 across EU realms. Seemingly in decline in terms of value, with a relatively... Oh, that's just that realms. Where's the EU? Seeming decline in value, seemingly steady supply. Yeah, I maybe don't want to buy too many of these, but if I can get them cheap, I can maybe still shift a few before it dips too far. The trend is downwards though. 34,000 gold seems to be about the cheapest price you can get them for anywhere though. Maybe I'll have a couple of them. I don't think I'm particularly fond in paying big bucks, but I'll have a couple of them. In my opinion, the add-on that calculates the profession craft profits played a big part in the ruining of said profits. It's interesting you say that. I was thinking about this yesterday. CraftSim is almost too clever. And yeah. There's no doubt that because CraftSim is so plug and play, and there's no denying CraftSim is very clever, And I'm not throwing any shade at CraftSim because it's an incredibly well put together add-on, and he developed the add-on very, very quickly and to a very high standard. But it does now mean that so many people can open it. Oh, this makes a profit. Craft. Boom. Then the problem is it's green for as long as it's like 5% profit. Watching you over on YouTube, but the Twitch chat is a bit difficult to read. Is there any way to make the font slightly darker? Not quickly, but I can make note of that being an issue. I deliberately kind of don't want it to be like a big block of text on the screen. But yeah, I can reevaluate it. I do notice how a bit of drop shadow on it might not go amiss. I can try and improve the legibility of it a touch. Yeah, the CraftSim add-on is, like I said, very, very clever. I suspected before we went into Dragonflight with how these new systems would work with inspiration, multi-craft, and resourcefulness. I was suspecting that most people would probably take what I will consider the TSM crafting value, right? So the price it costs you to press the button as what their individual crafting cost is. And where you would generate your profit is if you proc resourcefulness and you save some materials, or if you proc multi-craft and you get an extra something to sell. That should be where your profit is, realistically. But what CraftSim is so easily able to provide people is the 100% accurate like crafting costs. And it's quoting people crafting costs often based upon what might need to be hundreds of crafts in the first place. And it's probably caught a lot of people out. Because it goes by mathematical averages. And you cannot fault the maths behind it. It's very, very clever. It's been put together really, really well. But ultimately what people want is nothing more than an indication of, is this profitable, yes or no? If it's profitable, they'll buy some materials and then they'll craft it. But that's also problematic when the profit margins are like 10% on stuff. Because by the time you've gone to the auction house, bought your materials and crafted them, the price could have changed. So I suspect this is why prices are probably like they are right now, because the functionality we have in game with the use of just one single add-on is probably stronger than it should be, because it's forced everybody to like ground zero quite quickly. And it wasn't so much of a problem when people were leveling up, because people were speccing up, and this was where there was the actual skill gap of if you spent your knowledge points in a certain way that optimized your crafting stats, then you could actually put yourself ahead of others. And so knowing that like truly mathematical correct number was really good to have. It could in essence be the difference between something being profitable and something not. But now that everybody is on a similar level playing field, most or a lot of people have leveled up their professions to max and have they have full inspiration, full resourcefulness, full multi-craft, and everybody is just pushing closer and closer and closer and closer to that zero value. Without CraftSim, you'd have the same problem. There'd just be fewer people doing it. Assuming that is that nobody else publishes a similar add-on. Well, this was something that I suspected going into the expansion that would ultimately be overcome by a spreadsheet. And of course, yours truly here was preparing for that eventuality. My Dragonflight cheat sheet, which has had nowhere near the same level of use this expansion, was me entirely planning for the fact that I was not expecting TSM to catch up with the changes, but of course CraftSim came out of nowhere and did a really, really good job of an in-game solution, meaning that there was very little requirement to do anything externally. But yes, I do think that the way that it runs now is that CraftSim is OP. Very much so. It's doing huge amounts of calculations that no individual person would normally be able to do, and it's forced the entire region to like a net zero quite quickly. Whoa, there was a lot we didn't post on this. Oh, I remember why, because this is predominantly a buy realm for us now. So my posting of pets is quite slow because I'm getting way distracted with conversations. Good conversations, I may add, though. Or at least I think they're good. I'm having fun. Oh, we've got 3 of 3 already. Made most of the profit with alchemy because everybody was going inspiration when multi-craft was way better. CraftSim made everybody go multi. I mean, CraftSim just shows you the maths. It's like that's the thing, right? It just shows you the numbers. No different in BFA with Silas procs. But with Silas procs in BFA, what more often than not happened was that the price of potions were that of the price of a potion, right? There was zero margin in crafting the item. You made your profit with alchemy when you had the Silas proc. There was not so much a case of... I mean, obviously on the bigger servers... This was also... you got to remember, it's hard to compare because we didn't have region-wide auction house then. There was, yes, obviously some servers that pushed the price past the crafting cost and was chipping away at that Silas proc profit. But lots of people could, you know, could skirt round that just by there not being quite so many active crafters on their realm. Ooh, cheap pets over here and all. Okay, we're clearly stocking up on some of these cheddars. Do you have a hypothesis for why the token increased in Dragonflight? Is it a lot of players doing gold world quests? I cannot quote to quite why the NA token price went up as much as it did. I have theories. I have some theories for sure. I think okay. This is like I said. Let me preface this very heavily before I get too deep into it. This is very subjective. This is my opinion on something. I think that one of the reasons why the token price went up so much over on Team NA was that I think it was just clearly lagging behind EU. NA has seemingly had way more of a botting problem than Team EU this expansion. Way more. The combination of fishing bots, very, very heavy fishing bots over on Team NA at the beginning of the expansion. Huge amounts of abuse of the Chromie time multi-boxing spots, generating mass amounts of raw gold, which if you are generating vast quantities of raw gold, you are going to cash it out in some way, shape or form. And the way you cash that out legitimately is via turning it into Blizzard Balance with tokens, and then buying game keys, and then with that Blizzard Balance, and then ultimately shipping out those game keys to third-party websites to sell for real money. That's the launder. The second half, with a much vaster, with a much greater increase in bots doing that at the very same time as there not being anywhere near as much demand for players to actually buy gold with their credit cards legitimately, I think has meant that the token price on NA has like boom, 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 like it has just continued to rise. Somebody's pointed out the second one that I was about to get to, which is China. I suspect that a lot of the people who were playing on the Chinese realms have migrated themselves over to Team NA and are probably paying for the game via grinding gold. And I don't want to throw this idea out there too heavily, but I think there could be a bit of a crossover between those two scenarios as well. But I don't know. The token goes up and has historically gone up every single month the expansion is out anyway. It takes a big dip at the beginning of it takes a dip at the beginning of an expansion where people want to come back to the game. They buy a token or two when they purchase the expansion. That often drives the price of the token down massively at the beginning of an expansion, and it steadily rises throughout. The rise has been more dramatic in Dragonflight, but it is what it is. I still feel that we could be on for 500,000 gold tokens before the end of the expansion. I believe on the CN migration, if you join Illidan, where Team Liquid is, you will literally only see spam in Chinese. Really? Okay.
If you ever need any...
yeah, it was not rocket science to think when they shut down China that some of those players were still going to want to play. And I imagine it doesn't, word of mouth, if nothing else, will mean that they probably all migrate to a similar place. What's the token price at right now? It did a bit of a crazy over the weekend because of BlizzCon and the pre-purchase. 387 over on Team EU versus a 323 over on Team NA. Yeah, with reasonably nothing in the next 12 months to drive down the value of the token, I find it very, very difficult to think that we won't end up with 500,000 gold tokens by the launch of the next expansion. Meaning if they then come back down to 300 for the launch of the expansion, that's like good going. It's a bit wild. EU might be in a similar situation with Russia, but just to a lesser extent. Well, yeah, at least the Russian servers are still online, The problem is they just don't have access to pay for the game in the traditional fashion. China, they turn their servers off. So they either migrated elsewhere or they stopped playing. They had two choices. I'm starting to amass a few of these, but they're so cheap, it's usually not a problem.
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
Wasn't the Legion price like 400, 452? I feel I remember it being super expensive. Yeah, Legion token peaked pretty highly. Legion token, Legion or WOD? Warlord of Drake, WOD token price got pretty ridiculous. I mean, it slowly rises towards the end of every expansion. It was only BFA where it didn't really rise anywhere like it probably should have done, and that's because every man and their dog was trying to save 5 million gold. That's really the only reason that the token was pretty flat throughout the end of BFA. Every other expansion, though, it just can't. The natural trend is always up, always up.
Goblin products are built to blast. Got the best deals anywheres.
Every man and their dog. Yeah, that's a very English phrase. I sometimes say it without realizing I'm saying it. I'm quite sure people know what I mean. It'll be interesting to see what happens now with WoW and China. Both Microsoft and Xbox have a relationship with Tencent. I don't know. I'm sure they did. That I think is a little bit too high up for anybody to really understand. You could make some guesses, but they would probably not even be very educated guesses because we don't know really what happens or why. You know, we still are only kind of guessing to why they fell out in the first place. It will be interesting to see, though. I still think the next 12 months, 24 months is going to be a really interesting time. Really interesting time. Not that I suspect Microsoft will come in and do anything too drastic, but you don't buy a company for nearly $70 billion and then just leave it as it is. The only reason you'd buy a company for $70 billion is if it's actually only worth $40 billion, but you know over the next decade it will just continue to print money like it did and that you just don't have to touch it. But I don't think realistically that's why Microsoft were willing to spend the money. I think Microsoft probably saw a lot of things of value that they can utilize and that they can ingest to their existing systems with Blizzard and Activision and King, clearly King. So I suspect there will be some changes. Just maybe how dramatic is,
Glad I could help.
we'll have to guess. But I cannot possibly imagine they'll just do nothing.
Can I lighten that coin purse up for you?
China will just make its own Warcraft. Well, this is it. They don't give a fuck, do they? China doesn't care. They'll straight up rip off anything. It's not like they don't have enough people over there. I'm quite sure they could bang together a World of Warcraft China edition, like within minutes. And good luck suing them. I'm pretty sure they're already advertising a new WoW. I mean, yeah, like I said, like China will have a carbon copy of something up within minutes.
You drive a hard bargain.
no doubt. They'll just up the prices on everything. But what comes to Game Pass and all the quote-unquote free games on it? Saw some article not long ago that it's still unprofitable for Microsoft. They need to double the income via it to make it profitable, meaning buying everything under Game Pass equals not profitable for Microsoft. That's how they probably want to kill PC gaming and make everything under subscription base, as in other companies. We spoke about this a little bit, about what the Microsoft acquisition could mean, and I kind of have a similar thought process in that sort of direction. I think one of the things that Microsoft probably looked at and saw that Blizzard were able to do quite well is Battle.net. I think Battle.net was probably a big selling point for them because Blizzard, Activision, King have been able to create an ecosystem within PC gaming that other companies, including Microsoft, have historically not been very good at doing. Steam obviously runs away with it, but Steam wasn't for sale. So their other option is to buy what was clearly for sale, and then start to integrate their IPs within it and vice versa. You know, companies don't necessarily buy other companies because they're profitable. They buy other companies because they have technology that they want. And I think Battle.net was a big part of that, I think. Because there's nobody out there really that has dominated the PC market quite like Steam. But outside of Steam, Battle.net's doing all right. You know, it's doing all right. They kind of have the ecosystem not as well established, but significantly better than most other people out there.
You break it, you buy it.
One of the internal presentations leaked by the US lawsuit had a proposal to use Battle.net as the foundation for a new Xbox PC store. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, that's I don't think that's a hard conclusion to draw. That's kind of one of the directions they might want to take. It's just how they approach it. You know, a softly approach, or do they just go like real big dick and just rename Battle.net to like GamePass.net? What do they do? What's your video on Warcraft Rumble about Merc? Is it possible to get him as your first leader choice? I don't know if he's possible to get as first leader. I think, now obviously I can't easily confirm this, I think the first leaders you get a choice of in Rumble are quite fixed. I think Jaina, Rend, Tyrion, and Blood Mage, I think, are the four that you are likely to get quite quickly, quite early on. The other ones you have to kind of acquire, and you might not be able to acquire them outside of their family's dungeon week, if that makes sense. I did some re-rolling. I got everyone outside of Merc or Hogger. Oh, okay. At the very early launch of it, Sneed was one that you couldn't get. Sneed was a seasonal reward or something to begin with. BlueStacks asks me to change my operating system or something. It's very scary. What about that? Some people have been saying that it asks you if you wish to enable virtualization, which you are quite safe in doing so. BlueStacks is an emulator, so it's trying to emulate an Android environment. The way it does that is probably by using Windows virtualization technology. So if you don't enable it, BlueStacks might not work properly. Is my layman's understanding of it. Somebody smart will correct me. Yeah, I think Microsoft clearly have big plans for Blizzard Activision King. I think they have big plans. How quickly we will see those plans is, you know, we'll find out. You're spot on. It uses Hyper-V to run a virtual Android instance. There we go. Smart people say smart things. Is there anything to buy over here? Give me some goodies. Oh, I don't want more flipping cheddars. That archetype I might have, though. Oh, there's a few of those. Do I want a few of these? I'm not sure if I do want a few of these, actually. I've not bought nor sold any of these for some time. Although they are kind of cheap. I'll have a few of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why not? If you're on Windows 11, there's a proper dedicated Android subsystem, but officially you're limited to the Amazon App Store. But if you're a nerd, you can sideload the Play Store in. Okay, that is A, quite clever, but B, above my pay grade. So people will have to figure that out themselves. I know that I can install BlueStacks and I can play Rumble on the desktop, and I'm good. I used BlueStacks. I knew of BlueStacks before Rumble. I had used it previously to load Android stuff. I have a sneaky feeling I used BlueStacks back in the day to play Pokemon Go. Maybe not 100% legitimately. But yeah, we won't talk about that. I'm returning to WoW. Need some gold quickly. Is there a shuffle method still doing that? No. Gold and quickly are not two words that go together very well in Dragonflight, unfortunately, especially if you're returning. It frustrates me so greatly that I do not have a good answer to this question, because this is a very common question. It depends what you consider to be, it depends how much gold you are looking for. If you are looking to make enough gold to buy a token to play for free, don't bother. Honestly, don't bother. Your mileage obviously will vary. If you need a quick 50k gold, sure, you can go out and do some farming or whatever. But realistically, if you're trying to make 400,000 gold and you're trying to do it quickly and you're trying to do it from almost nothing, you're best off just not trying. It's not the answer I want to give people, but the truth is that it probably in today's market could take you between 20. It probably will take you between 20 to maybe even as many as 45 hours of farming anything at the moment to generate enough gold to pay for just 1 month of game time. It's really not viable for most, unless you are unemployed and have absolutely nothing better to do with your life. The likelihood of me suggesting you farm for your gold right now is like this big. If you have any job in any way, shape or form, you should probably just pay for your subscription right now. And if you are in such desperate need that you need extra gold for something outside of the subscription, I hate to say it, but the token's there for a reason. It pains me to say it because it's kind of totally against my brand, but I try to also make sure that I don't bullshit people. And the truth sometimes is what the truth is. I would still think that if you know, there are things that you can do that are going to require, as of Wednesday, or tomorrow or Tuesday, if you happen to play on Team NA, you can get a skinner or two to go and try and get some of the new antlers, which is one of the new materials coming out in patch 10.2. That said, I suspect there is a vast quantity of people that have looked at this as to be one of the only viable farms for patch 10.2, and I would not be surprised if we will see hundreds, if not thousands, of pairs of antlers turn up on the auction house within minutes of the patch going live. And with there being zero demand for them for a week, it might not necessarily be as lucrative as some people think. People are looking back to the Obsidian Cobra skin, and they remember that being like 100, 150k, 75k. But that was a different environment, unfortunately. Actually, the truth is if you are just looking to make enough gold to pay for game time, Classic is not a bad shout. You can buy tokens in Classic. The token in Classic is not that expensive, relative. You could probably, admittedly, leveling in Classic is significantly slower. But if you get a herbalist and a miner out in Classic and do some farming, I suspect you could probably get a token or a month of game time much faster than you could in retail. Traded 10k gold on Classic for 350 on retail. That's 2 to 1 on tokens. Well, there we go. There we go. This is one of the things I've struggled with for ages, and my regulars will know full well, but I don't have a really good solid answer for what to suggest people new to goal making. There isn't no, goal making is a stepping stone process, right? You have to, when you start at the beginning, you go to one stepping stone until you've done that thing, and then you hop to the next stepping stone, and you eventually hop and hop and hop and hop and hop until you land on the other side in a field of gold. But the problem is that the jump to the first stepping stone in Dragonflight is longer than most people can achieve. You have World Quest farming, but even World Quest farming requires you to have multiple alts, which is quite a big stepping stone for people in the first place. Certainly not what I'd consider beginner friendly. If you've played the game for 10 years and you've got 15 characters, then you've already got quite a big head start. But if you're relatively new, or you're just coming back after a long hiatus away from the game, your options are very slim. Very slim. Professions and crafting is almost a no-go, unless you're willing to really power through it and get to a point where you're willing to stand in trade chat for hours and hours and hours, desperately hoping that somebody just happens to want something that you can craft, and you can then get in there ahead of everybody else that's doing the same, and you're also willing to be cheaper than everybody else at the same time, making the whole process very not worth it. So crafting is almost off the table for most people. Gathering is mostly off the table because of the way that the crafting it works. Crafting doesn't need anywhere near as many of the base materials, and so Ceravite ore and Hockenbloom are worth basically nothing. Your gold making opportunity is by aggressively farming Awakened or Rousings, which is probably best off done in a 2x4 farming group, but only as and when a certain world quest is up for you to like hyperspawn them or something. The whole landscape's just not very friendly. It's just not. Which I wish I wish I could give a better answer than that, but that is the answer. A stingray pop. A stingray pup. I'll have a couple more of those, why not? Oh my god, where's all my gold on this realm? Okay, maybe I won't be buying too much stuff. We're poor on this realm, I didn't realise. It's been optimised. Yeah, the early ways of acquiring gold have been super optimised already. Went from 100k gold to 50 mil in 2 weeks at the start of the expansion because I got lucky. I don't know how much luck would be involved in that. I can't imagine there's much luck in that. Nobody accidentally falls on 50 million. Whilst entirely possible to do. Found a credit card on the ground. Yeah, entirely possible to do. Spam selling potions 5 hours a day after the raid release. Yeah, that's not luck. That's not luck. That's a second job. This is my point, right? Selling potions for 5 hours a day isn't luck. Like, you might have been more than willing to do it, but that is not luck. That's an aggressive level of effort. Fair play, by the way. Fair play. Jackal, how are we doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Still playing Cyberpunk? You may notice I am not playing Cyberpunk, but I have a good memory for names. Beat it a while ago. I didn't get anywhere near as far with Cyberpunk as I'd have liked. I was having fun with Cyberpunk, I just got distracted with other things. I'm not going to do an Asmongold though and say I'll go back to it. I'll play it as and when it catches my eye or I'm bored again. Right, let's any cheaps. Hippogriff hatchling. Not sure I want to pay that price for a hippogriff hatchling, but that's not a terrible price. Somebody's quite clearly underpriced that to shift it. This expansion's been the best by far. Has been by far the best to me, even better than Legos. Legos was something you had to dominate from the word go to really take full advantage of it. You could see some success with Legos jumping in halfway, but God's honest truth is that those that started in patch 9.0 had such a massive advantage because they got to cover the cost of the leveling and the ranking up. Not only did they manage to cover the cost of it, they managed to do it profitably, which anybody that stepped into Legos after that had a massive, great big bill for leveling up that was often just money in the bin. If you're willing to fight through that and push yourself to the top ranks 6s or 7s, eventually you could, with enough effort, come out ahead and probably come out way ahead. But like there was so much of an advantage starting in patch 9.0, like outrageous advantage. Are we playing the worst expansion ever, Mr. Panda? Oh no, this is just where I keep my bank character. My bank characters live here because it's super convenient for Alliance. You've got an auction house right next to a mailbox and a bank and a vendor, and everything's just super convenient to be here. Alright, let's get these listed. We haven't got many realms still to post pets on now, so doing alright. I was in before Legos were even wearable on all professions. Yeah. Yeah, if you got into it nice and early. I tell you, honestly, probably some of the most fun I've ever had in World of Warcraft was probably the first month or so of Shadowlands. Simply because it just was just absolute madness. And it wasn't just madness for a couple of days, it was madness for weeks. Like, it was really quite fun. It was really quite fun. In a way, I mean, I went into I'm going to sound like a broken record. People know this by now, but like, I went into Shadowlands with not that much gold. I went in with lots of characters and lots of knowledge, but I didn't go into Shadowlands with lots of gold. I'd spent most of my gold in BFA that I'd had like stocked up. I went into Shadowlands with very little gold, so for me, leveling up my Legos at the beginning of Shadowlands was a turnover problem for me, right? I was having to craft a bunch of legendaries, buying the materials I needed. What do I consider a lot? Well, I went into Shadowlands with only little over 1 million gold, like really not a lot at all. For me, I had to spend that gold on buying materials to craft a bunch of legendaries. Then I had to do everything in my power to sell those legendaries, to regenerate, to get back the gold so I could buy more material. And I just rinsed and repeated that process for about 4 weeks straight until I eventually had nearly everything leveled up. I can't remember the time scale. 4 weeks may not necessarily be too true, but my gold graph at that point was going up and then back to zero, up and back to zero, and consistently, like, that's literally all I did for a good few weeks. And it was only once I stopped reinvesting the gold, leveling other things, where the gold graph then just went off the charts. And then once we did it once, we went and did it on another server, and then another server. And by the time Shadowlands was done, we had more gold than we knew what to do with. And were very, very, very bored of looking at the auction house. But it was fun. It was fun while it lasted. Although I was, like, I remember 9.2 coming out. 9.2 came out, and rank 7s were made available. And I remember making an ungodly amount of gold very quickly, and then just purging everything. Cashed out. And then for the rest of patch 9.2, I barely touched legendaries. Because by that point, I was sufficiently burnt out from cancel scanning. There was no way I wanted to do any more of it. I arrived with 18 million and still had a turnover problem. Well, this was it. Like, the early day cost of leveling legendaries was bananas. If you wanted to level up leatherworking, it was somewhere in the region of about 30 million gold at cost. Now, obviously, you could pay for some of that by crafting things and selling things. Turnover fixes that problem. But if you were to go in and level from 0 to 100, it was about 30 million gold. Which was wild. That's because heavy callous hide was 2,000 gold apiece. Because it was rare as rockin' horse doo-doo. Skinners just couldn't skin enough of it. Not for lack of trying either. There was like skinning bots and all sorts going on. There just wasn't enough supply of that to meet the demand. Wild. Infused etherworm. I don't even know what you are. But you're cheap enough that I want one. Do I want any more of these archetypes? I'm not seeing enough success selling these. I might stick with the ones I have. Same with you. There's not anything else there that's cheap enough to grab my attention. If you go to Corthia today, the bots are still there doing the farm. Are they really? I mean, that's bad, isn't it, really? They're like... That's bad. I still have one low-ranked Lego left to sell. Should be considered vintage at this point. Fetch a nice price. Well, people still craft Legos. They craft them because people buy them for their their white items that show up in people's appearance collection. Right, last realm of pets to list. It's taken me significantly longer to work my way through all of these pets today, but
You drive a hard
tends to
bargain.
be how it works. Tends to be how it happens. Right, let's see if in the time it's taken us to post all of that. In fact, oh no, I've got one on a Spanish realm. One more. I found a guild bank full of them on a. I've still got a fair few. If I log on to my Shadowlands bank character, I pretty much dropped my Shadowlands bank character when we moved into Dragonflight, and this was mostly because it was at the same time I changed servers. Only in my main server now is Draenor, because I made the active decision that I wanted to just play on one of the biggest realms. Because I was kind of half planning for crafting to be more lucrative than it has turned out to be, and I wanted to try be the big fish in a big pond. Being a big fish in a small pond is quite easy to do, but a big fish in a big pond was my challenge. But yeah, if I go back and look at my bank character from Shadowlands, I've still got, what were they, 260, 262 Crafter's Mark gear, I've got Progenitor Essentia, I've got all sorts of ranks of legendaries. The bank character looks quite funny. It's just like a snapshot of like the final days of Shadowlands, and I've basically not touched it since.
Can I interest you in a payment plan?
That heart in your stomach feeling when the auctioneer says you do not have the funds for that, buying mats for Legos, knowing, hoping that things would be different, opening the mailbox in the morning. Well, you kind of got eventually into the swing of things where you mostly took it for granted that you were going to wake up to a multi-million gold mailbox. I remember through most of Shadowlands, because I predominantly played on a sort of a medium pop server, and there was myself and probably 3 other people that were relatively serious about selling legendaries on my server. I remember the challenge most of the time was to break the 1 million gold per hour of sales, which we struggled to do until patch 9.2. Until patch 9.2, and then we had a couple of days where it went bananas.
The pleasure was all mine.
Admittedly, that was then on Taran Mill, a much bigger server, but we didn't quite hit the gold cap per hour, but I think I peaked at about 7.5, 8 million gold in a single hour, which was, you know, in hindsight, bat shit crazy. Fun though. You could only do that though if you'd taken the risk buying materials in the first place. Ungodly amount of materials were purchased before patch 9.2. An ungodly amount. I think I was probably about 50 million deep, all said and done, before patch 9.2 went live. So if it didn't work, I'd have cried. I'd have cried. I think I put about 50 million in and got about 70 million out. So I think I made about 20 million gold in a couple of days. Oh shit, somebody bought a full set of our Icebane gear. This is why I made sure I crafted up a couple of them, so I didn't have to rebuild these each and every time. In fact, by the looks of things, somebody bought the full set. Well, that's a win. I'll take that. If that's the case, let's also go post another set.
Hail.
Any more for any more? A leather pet leash for 1400 gold. Cost me 200 to make it. Saronite Spellblade for 500 gold. Okay, it nearly cost me that to make it. A white wedding dress. Black mage weave robe. Oh, somebody's having a party. It's about what was happening to me in Dragonflight. I was making a few golden caps a day for a few days at least. It was so much fun. Yeah, if you can capitalize when the going's good. This is the process that I've mostly been in now. Find an opportunity, take full advantage of that opportunity for as long as that opportunity lasts, and then cash out and dip out, right? So, you know, get in, make a shitload of gold nice and quickly, and then soon as that opportunity starts to, like, decline, just cash out. Like, sell everything that you have and then do not reinvest again. Cash out completely and then just sit on your profits until the next opportunity you can find. Which is mostly the way I do things now. It's not good for like steady, consistent sales. This is where my well, basically anything and everything that this dude posts now is just me sort of tinkering with past expansion crafts and a few odds and ends here and there just to keep things ticking over. But for the most part, I make a shitload of gold very quickly. And then I kind of stop for the most part. And then I keep myself busy with things like Project Pet and whatever. Is there still YouTube vids on Shadowlands? There's probably a lot of it up on YouTube. I don't know how much of the stream would be there. Unfortunately, I think a lot of 10.2 streams have bit the dust because they would have been on Twitch and likely disappeared into the abyss by now. Unless I uploaded them to YouTube on the second channel. I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. Should we look? I can always find out. It would be interesting to watch like 20 minutes of what was going on back then because it was wild. Let me see if I can... Oh, I can't ease... Okay, I can do it this way. The only place I'll have footage of any of this is if I uploaded them to my other YouTube channel, which is 50-50 whether I did or not. Let's see if they're on this channel. Let's go back. That's 8, 9, 10 months ago. This is all roughly a year ago. We'd have to go back much further than that. When did patch? Can anybody remember exactly when patch 9.2 launched? I've got lots of beta footage in here. September last year. Dragonflight beta, Dragonflight alpha. We're getting further back. Retro Friday, Day of the Tentacle. That was a fun day. September 2021. Hey? No. Was it September? Zerith Mortis. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Over 1 million gold per hour. 23rd of March 2022. Is that going to be the stream? That could be the stream, you know. That's a 9-hour long stream. That could be the one. Biggest mailbox opening ever. I was a bit clickbaity with the titles back then, even for my standards. 9.2 soon. It could be this stream, you know. It could very well be this stream. Hang on. It could very well be this one. Manthieus Inception here. If there's ever footage of me on Taran Mill, it's possibly it. Oh, this was selling rank 6s. Maybe that means that that wasn't it. Maybe this wasn't the day. Why would I have... Okay, hang on. That's a big list of sales. Oh, no, it's not. That's just my auction house. Oh, that's a big long list of sales. That's a casual 1.7 million gold in the hour. Look at all the progenitor essentia. Stupid amounts of pog essence. 17 million gold worth of potions. Of listings, sorry. Can I find a clip of Taran Mill selling? Because that's where it gets silly. This was probably crafting more. Maybe this was actually... Oh, hang on. What are we crafting here? Is this us crafting the rank 7s? Rank 7s, yeah. This is posting and selling rank 7s. Why is there not much footage of me doing it over on Taran Mill? Because that's where we were doing silly things. Lol, look at that graph. Redonkulous. This is what would happen when you would stop having to reinvest. This is constantly reinvesting in Legos all the time. This is what happens when you had finished leveling everything and could stop reinvesting, and you would just like stack up the profits, going from like 20 to 40 million gold in like short work. This seems to be like... What happened? This seems to be like 3 streams in a row. I still don't have any footage of me from Taran Mill. Because that was the day we were doing absolutely redonkulous things. Back when... selling Shadowgast rings at item level 249. They were 80,000 gold a piece. 262 Shadowgast ring, 50k. Okay, wild. Okay, I don't actually think it was that stream then. I think it was a one close to that, but not that. Close to that, but not that. This is lots of Dragonflight beta stuff. 10.2.7 breaking the auction house. That was fun. Lots of fun stuff happened then. Lots of fun stuff happened. Maybe the big day has been lost to the void. No, here it is. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Sorry, half of you probably don't care about this, but this was the one. This was rank 7 madness, which was us getting access to the rank 7 legendaries, and was presumably us then spending most of the day selling them. Doing some stuff, getting some recipes. Where's the auction house fun kick in? Look at the prices of these. I was probably first to market on legendaries by the looks of things there. Casual 400k for a Lego. Ouch. Later on in that day, these are the expireds. Doing some cancel scans here and there. I want a screen of the sales. Show me the sales. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. You probably can't see this too well, but this was this is a grand total of 3.9 million gold within the hour. There we go. That's the ridiculousness that was happening back in patch 10.9.2. I could do with another couple of days like that to make gold, you know. 20 million gold worth of stuff listed, 4 million gold worth of stuff sold within the hour. And that wasn't even anywhere near the peak. I think I peaked at about 8 million gold in an hour. This is why Shadowlands will go down as history as one of the most broken expansions ever. Speculating on the Pog Essence is what made me get into Goblin stuff. Yeah, speculating on the Pog Essences was big business. I remember I dropped to 150k an hour and I was like, yeah, I'm done, not worth it. 150 gold an hour. 150,000 gold an hour. Nah, not worth it. Can now finally spend that bandit profit on Rumble coins. I haven't spent any gold on Rumble coins yet. I do suspect I might get bored with Dragonflight at some point and waste a bunch of gold on Rumble. There's a good chance. There's a good chance. Anyway, I'll stop showcasing my ridiculously overpowered Shadowlands setup and we'll go back to our measly 1,700 gold in the last hour. Can't use Battle.net balance on Rumble. You can sort of. You can sort of. If you look in the store, for Rumble, you can buy coin packs. So you can buy coins through Battle.net. It does mean that you can't. If there is an offer in the game, you know, 800% value, the only way to purchase stuff through the game is via the Apple Store or the Play Store, but you can buy just straight up coins through Battle.net. So that's not going to help you with things like the Arclight booster or any of the offers in the game, but yeah. Dragonflight doesn't have any sort of demand that's even close to legendary crafting that Shadowlands had, probably why the NA token was so low. For example, I remember people coming up to me on that day, right? That day when when rank 7s were going bananas and I was doing like 4 million gold an hour. That very same day, I had people whispering me saying, I want to buy 3 legendaries. Can I buy 3 legendaries for a discount? And the discount price for 3 legendaries was like 1 million gold. So it was like, yeah, you can have them, sure. The very next day, they were like half the price, but Manthieus hasn't released his BlueStacks guide yet. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Like, it's literally 50% of the questions I get about Rumble is, how is it you're playing it on PC? I should get that video out so then I can just point everybody to it. This is how you do it. You should do it and profit. Well, my Rumble channel's not monetized. I don't make a penny from my Rumble channel. Not that that's my incentive to do it. I make videos because I enjoy making videos. I can't make myself spend any gold on Rumble because then it's gone and it can't be reinvested. Not sure I'd get enough fun out of that. Yeah, it's one of those, right? You know, spending Battle.net balance on Rumble coins is purely for those that have absolutely nothing else to do with the gold. Even I'm sort of skeptical about doing it, to be honest. I would maybe only do it for the purpose of a video. I considered the other day, admittedly I'd had a few beers when I came up with this idea, but I did consider the other day to take about, you know, 500 euros of Blizzard balance from gold and just do a video sort of like along the lines of what can 500 euros buy you in Rumble, just for like a nice clickbait video, good title, good thumbnail. It'd probably bang views. People are always interested to watch somebody else wail out. They want to see if they spend gold in the game, what will that actually translate to? I've been I was sort of tempted to do that, but it's an expensive video. it's an expensive one to try. Got to use the gold as an investment on a Rumble channel, then use the money to buy the tokens. Tax write-off. I don't consider most things tax write-offs because you still have to make the money in the first place. Tax write-offs are great. Tax write-offs are great for people that have excess revenue and want to minimize their overall profit. I'm not a fully registered business, so I can't work like that, unfortunately. I have to pay income tax on all of my revenue. So, if I buy a graphics card or I spend 500 euros on a video, that comes out of my pocket because I'm not a fully registered business. But the theory is there, yeah. Tax write-offs are just writing off the tax portion too. The entire thing doesn't become free. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is it, right? All it means is you don't then pay the tax on that money that you spend. If you live in a country with with tax bans, it doesn't make much of a difference either. Anyway. Income tax on all revenue or profit. Revenues. I have to pay income tax on all my revenue because I'm self-employed. I'm not a registered business. If I was a registered business, then I would have revenue deductions and then I would pay tax on the profit of that business. But yeah, I'm not a registered business, so I pay income tax on every single penny I earn, and everything I spend is money I am spending after I've paid income tax on it. So yeah, this is why self-employed people tend to try and keep their expenditure as low as possible. But I'm maybe next year, if we can grow a little bit at the point where it starts to make sense financially for me to register up a LLC or something. But you know, people don't. I'm not going to bore people with my business-esque finances. Some of you care, most of you probably don't. Sucks on all revenue. Yeah, this is why I still don't try to waste money, because I'm paying for it like any other normal person would pay for it. This is why when you see streamers who like gift subs to their own stream and they are claiming that they are doing that as a way, they consider it a write-off, it comes off their bottom line. If they are not a registered business doing that, and even then it's dubious to whether that could be considered a tax write-off in the first place. It's probably more than likely those people are just, you know, hardcore not doing their taxes properly. Is 9 times out of 10 what I suspect probably is the case. I live in Finland though. You cannot in any way, shape or form fuck around with taxes in this country. They will have you for dinner. This is why it's a little bit problematic that the country is taking longer than average to even understand what it is I do. You know, if I ever was to talk to the tax office, they're slowly starting to understand. But if I talk to the tax office and I say, you know, is this considered an expense? Can I claim this as an expense? For example, something really simple. Air conditioning unit that I installed earlier this year. It's in the studio, it's in the place in which I work. I consider it a business expense because I can't fully do my work in an environment that's 50 degrees, so air conditioning was thing. But it's still installed in my house. So I can declare some of the cost of that as a write-off, but not all of it, only a percentage of it. There's like little rules for literally everything. If I buy a new computer, this new computer that I bought, I was not able to write off the full value of this computer as like a business expense. I was able to claim a percentage of it, but not even that. I was only able to claim up to a certain value each calendar year. So I still had to pay for it all out of pocket, and that's after I've paid income tax on it. It's not fun. It's not fun figuring all this stuff out, and it's the it's the IRL barrier to entry to being self-employed, is that shit is complicated. This is why you can tell that most content creators on the internet are just fiddling the books, because most people are not going to have any idea what's going on here, none whatsoever. I do my absolute best to stay as above board as I possibly can, but I can only do what I know. I can see it in the eyes of boomers, a beefy ass GPU for work. Yeah, sure. Exactly. This is it, right? This is it. I could go out and buy a 4090, but you know, I would still need to earn the money to pay for the 4090 in the first place. Do you have complications with the UK citizenship and taxes as well? Luckily not. Luckily not, because while I am not considered a Finnish, I do not have Finnish citizenship. I am as integrated into the Finnish citizen, like the Finnish society, just as much as a regular Finnish person is. So the same rules and regulations apply. Drive for Uber, just got a spreadsheet already made by a tax profession. Just got to fill in the blanks and submit your own taxes. Yeah. All flipping Ubers and any sort of side hustle, side gigs. You know, you got to be super careful with all of that. Otherwise, it's a bad day in the office. There was something I was definitely going to do, and I absolutely can't remember what it was. I logged onto this character for a reason. And I genuinely can't remember what it was. What's this and where is it and why have I got it? That's an old dungeon quest. That's an old dungeon quest. I think we can get... Oh, Utgard Keep dungeon quests. I think we can just get rid of those. What I probably should do is make sure that this dude is ready. Oh, actually, this reminds me. This isn't the character I wanted to do. What I wanted to do, I want to use this level 70 boost. That's what it was. Welcome to a squirrel. I want to use this level 70 character boost. I want to see exactly what it is it provides you with. I think it's 424 gear, I think is what you get. But I'm thinking this level 70 character boost, can we get him skinning ready for Wednesday? That's another character to go do the skinning thing on. And actually, if nothing else, I might use this as just the character I zerg to 10, renown 10 on, so that I can then switch to my main and get renown 20 on them faster. You haven't chased many squirrels this stream. You've been pretty on point. I know. For a Monday, I'm impressed myself. Once you make a company, you can't rent the studio from... you can rent the studio from yourself, and then it's considered office space, and improvements can be deducted. Yes, exactly. But then I have... Yeah, that's another great example. I do get a living quarters office reduction on my overall taxes for the year. Both myself and my wife, because we both work from home, can claim that, which is about 700-800 euros or something for working from home. It's a slight reduction, but it's nothing more than a reduction. If I set myself up as a business, I would pay myself a salary. I would then rent this studio from myself, or the company would rent this studio from me, which could then be considered, which could then come off the bottom line. So there are some clever things that could be done, for sure. I need the assistance of a smart person to figure all this shit out, though. So there are ways and means. Let's boost this dude. Let's use a boost. Let's use a boost on, I don't know, make a new character. Make a new character. Goblin Hunter. Original, right? Should we have a female Goblin Hunter? I don't think we've got a female Goblin Hunter yet, do we? Summoned personal bank, alchemy potions, whatever. Yeah, female Goblin. Let's go female Goblin. Not just a smart person in your locale. Well, yeah, exactly. I need a smart Finnish accountant. Luckily, my mother-in-law is pretty good with accounts. She looks over my numbers before I submit them to make sure I'm not doing anything completely stupid. But I not only need an accountant, I need somebody that knows the tricks of the trade and is experienced in my line of work. Because it's all good and well knowing the rules and regulations, but the best accountants are the ones that understand the system inside and out from the perspective of the industry in question. And obviously social media is a relatively new industry. I remember you wanted to use the boost 3 hours ago. We're getting there. We are getting there. Another level 70 hunter, because why the hell not? I need a name, boys and girls. Name time. Please keep it clean. Please keep it clean. Did she ever wonder, oh, my daughter married the wrong man? Hopefully not. If anything, it means she knows I at least make some money. My mother-in-law has a better idea of my finances than my wife. Let's put it that way. Which is an odd situation to be in. Do you already have a Manthieus? I don't think I have a Manthieus on this server. Or anywhere, really. Mother-in-law's probably more interested. Gobelina? Got to bear in mind, I'm on Draenor here. Any variation of Goblin is probably taken. Gobelina? Yep, taken. Goblin D's nuts. Too long. Shadowlands was good. Shadowlands bis. Too long. Too long. Said keep it clean. You're right, I did. Penny silvers? Oh, I like that. Penny silvers. Choose a spec. BM. Of course. Why would we have anything other than BM? What sword? Oh, that is definitely taken. Absolutely 100% taken. If you thought keep it clean would last longer than the statement, you're new. Well, yeah, exactly. There was no chance that was happening for very long. Level 1 hunter? What? No, 70 boost it. 70 boost it. Go. Level up. Are you sure you want to boost this character? You cannot change your selection after this step. Go. Give me level 70-ness. Boom. We are good to go. Right, the likelihood is our add-ons are going to be all over the shop. So let's maybe disable penny silvers. Okay, well, let's just see how it works when we log in. How many knowledge points do you need for the Skinner to be efficient next patch? 50. 50 is your target, which I think this level 70 boost will give you most of what you would need to be able to get that straight away. Because I think this level 70 boost actually also gives you some Dragon Isle supplies. And it gives you Renown 20 with nearly everybody. And then Renown 12, I think, with the Niffin even. Yeah. Add-ons are doing add-on things. Let me kill half of these add-ons quickly. Let's go with a disable all and let's customize this ourselves. All the things. Probably Auctionator, Battle Pet, Cage Match we don't need. Can I mog it? Classic numbers. Bit of details action. Probably handy notes. Handy notes Shadowlands. No. Shadowlands treasures. No. Handy notes Dragonflight. That'll do us. Bit of Hekeely. Not that I need it on a hunter, but you know. Looter Prosa probably not. Minimap Button Bag Reborn is a must. Paste because it's handy. Peddler because it's handy. Platter. Bit of postal. Rare scanners very handy. What else? Tom is nice to have. Synchronizes well with other things. Trade Skill Master, default. Bit of weak auras. World Quest Tracker. I can never remember if it's Tracker or List is the one you're meant to have. Well, I guess we'll find out. Wow Thing Collector. So it tracks that this is a character that exists. And a bit of Zygor to finish it off. Right. Reload. Right, let's see if it's broken or not. Let's see if that's worked without being broken. What sword is available on my server? Not anymore. Oh, thinking about it. thinking about it. We'll close ATT for a minute, even though we have turned it on. Penny Silver's the Kingslayer. That's a nice name, you know. Let's get my UI in order. Options, no, edit mode. Layout, Manthieus BIS layout. Boom. Something like that. Okay. Let's get these guys in the right sort of place-ish. Zygor, you're a bit chonkus today, my friend. Why are you so chonkus? Can we unchonkus you a touch? That'll do. Zygor sits in front of my DPS meter, and in theory hides during combat. So then, whilst in combat, I see my DPS meter, because that's clearly what you should be looking at in combat, but then hides itself out of combat. Let's do some dragon riding glyphs. Yeah, so here you see we get level 20 with everybody, and 12 with Niffen. So this should, in theory, mean that if we want to get skinning on this dudette, and we want to pick up the knowledge points to get to 50, we should be able to get to 50 easy peasy, right? It used to take me all day to install add-ons and get my UI right. Yeah, there are a few ways to simplify it. Luckily, I know I say I try not to use that many add-ons, but there's still probably 20 add-ons that I almost can't live without nowadays. Right, let's put some points in here. Let's do. I don't like the one that stuns. When you dismount, you gain a shield and the movement speed. That's the one I prefer. And then gathering herbs or minerals increases your vigor. Well, we're not going to use that. Defeating an enemy increases your vigor recharge rate. We'll take that one. And then all of these. Yoink, yoink, yoink. So that's good to go. We're nearly ready to move. We have, what's going on here? Our action bar, half our action bars are missing. Let's do some keybinds and action bars stuff. Options, action bars, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We can, let's get our keybinds in order. Have we got, okay, it gives us a very default build. We'll just use the default build for now. I'm not going to mess about with that too much. 424 is the gear you get. You get 424 gear. Trail Seeker, a full Trail Seeker set by the looks of things. All at item level 424. Every item at 424. Oh dear God! Do you want to know something really funny, boys and girls? This actually makes it my best geared character. Because my main hunter, I think, is 423. Oh dear. Oh, I'm such a scumbag. I don't even play this game. This is genuinely my best geared character. That is embarrassing. What was I doing? Let's get some abilities on the bar. I'm just going to unbuild all of this and build it again because things are probably going to be in the wrong place. I should have screenshotted my other character so I remember what goes where. I'll just have to guess for muscle memory. You swap with you. Kill commander's there. You're there. Right, let's build in everything else. Aspect of the cheetah is shift mouse wheel up, which I think is you. Yeah. Exhilaration is Shift Q. Aspect of the turtle, I think, is Shift mouse wheel. No. Aspect of the turtle is mouse wheel. Shift mouse wheel down. Because feign death is F. Counter shot is E. Disengage is mouse wheel down. Disengage. Eyes of the Beast we don't use because who cares. Eagle Eyes we don't use because who cares. Pets. Oh, Summon Pet. What did we have Summon Pet on? I don't know. I had macros for all this sort of stuff, didn't I? I can't remember. Let's just put that on F1. Pet ability. What did I have for my pet ability? What's Q? If Shift Q is exhilaration, what the hell am I using as Q? Hopefully I'll fill in these gaps. It's amazing how much you don't even remember what half your buttons are. Intimidation is Shift 2. Kill shot is mouse wheel. Oh no, kill shot is mouse wheel down. What the hell is... Okay, turtle is Shift F. Feign death is F. Turtle is Shift F. Mouse wheel down. Shift mouse wheel down is disengage. Because kill shot is mouse wheel down. Does that mean mouse wheel up was trank shot? Ah, pet heal. Pet heal is Q. Heal the pet, heal me. That's the logic there. Hunter's Mark. Dumb, don't use it. Freezing Trap, I can't remember where I put Freezing Trap. Why am I missing a Shift 1? Why am I missing Shift 1? What was Shift 1? Shift 1 is usually a taunt of some sort. Maybe Shift 1 was Hunter's Mark, even though I don't particularly use it. Isn't Hunter's Mark buffed next patch? Is it back to doing 5% damage on things again? Let's put that on Shift 1, because that sounds sensible to say mark a target, then go to town on it. Trank Shot's got to go somewhere. I can't remember where I put Trank Shot. Is it 5? No. Was Trank Shot F2? I think Trank Shot might have been F2. Survival of the Fittest was a... No, not Shift 4. Oh, God, how can I not remember my own keybinds? This is atrocious. Shows how much I actually play the game. Bestial Wrath is Shift... Can you get your big dragon butt out of here? Shift 3, Shift 4 was then... Oh, okay, this is maybe... Yeah, Shift 4 and 5 and even 4 were talents, which I clearly haven't spec'd into right here, right now. So maybe... Oh, yeah. Where's me barrage? I want me barrage back. I don't have barrage. I don't have dire beast. Yeah, I don't have any of me buttons. Alright, well, we'll just leave it as it is for now. That's fine. That'll get us at least up and running. It doesn't really matter. It's also have buttons to press and things die. We're good. Oh, okay. What I don't have is my flight button. Give me a favorite button. No, oh, no, what? No, game. That's not... Game, you are stupid. Summon random favorite and it's giving me the chauffeur. It's meant to give you a flying one if you're in a flying zone. Okay, let's try that again. That's not smart at all, is it? Let's just put the Algarian Storm Rider. Let's just... Let's show off the fact that we've spent money and given money to Blizzard when we shouldn't have. We'll put the Heartbreaker on F4, because lol. And that'll do us for mounts. There's huge amounts of buttons that should be down here that I now don't have. I guess we'll figure out what those are meant to be at another point. Right, skinning. Important things first. Oh, actually, what have we got in our bags? we have... Oh, we've got some bags. 10 gold. Balling. Absolutely balling out of our ass on 10 gold. Shrouded cloth bags. 30 slot bags. Shadowlands tailoring bags. Okay. I don't think I really need to upgrade those. And a gatherer's reagent pouch. So we've got the equivalent of level 60 bags, but on a 70 boost with 424 gear. Okay, so that's the enhanced. What's in the bag? A stupid Tobias's leash. Delete. Pristine survival kit. Oh, okay. Oh, we got 5,000 gold. Cash monies. What else did we get? Potions, Explorer's Mix, Dragon Spring Water. Okay. We need to ever so quickly... No. Move trade services to new window. Stop spamming me. Trade and services go in their own windows, so then I actually get a box that works. Mana potions. Yeah, this is the new level 70 boost. So you seem to get reasonably enough to get yourself going. I suppose this is probably an alternative set of gear for if you want to play the other specs as well. Any metal or supplies? Doesn't look like we've got any artisans metal. Currency. 5,000 Dragon Isle supplies. Oh, that'll do. That'll do. That'll get us the that will get us the knowledge point books we need from the Artisans Consortium, right? We need 50 skinning points. Oh, okay. It's not going to show them until I actually pick up a profession, but okay. Right, let's get skinning and let's get 50 points for skinning. That's our goal here. Give me 2 minutes though, boys and girls. I'm going to take a quick ad break. I need to go to the bathroom. We'll be back in 2. Entertain yourselves, and then we'll see if we can quickly get skinning ready for Wednesday. Back in 2. Okay. For ATT points, I believe there's a quest to pick up professions in Waking Shore. If you've not picked any professions, it's only offered to characters that have got no professions. I'm not about to try and hunt that down for an ATT ding, although it's handy to know. let's pick up skinning. Skinning trainer. Dragon Isle skinning. We could and should probably get ourselves a set of tools for skinning. Now, can I scamaz this and just order them off an alt? I probably can, can't I? Profession equipment, skinning. I need one of each. One of each. I can probably scamaz these from an alt. So then I just have them. Why not? If you've got the materials, why not? A reinforced pack. This comes from leatherworking. Personal order. Manthieus. Minimum quality. Don't matter. 1 commission. Make me a reinforced pack. Somebody remember leatherworking. Yeah. Let's place another order for the Kazgarite skinning knife. Who makes this? Blacksmithing. What optional reagents would I be doing on these? Missives. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to make sure this... Okay, I'll come back to this one because I do actually need the right missive. And I need to go buy the missive, apparently. Perception is the one I want, right? Draconic Missive of Perception. Decline, go away. Let's do the Skinner's Cap first, then. Oh, leatherworking again. Oh, that's convenient. That's mostly convenient. Let's get another one of those. Right, so I'm going to need... I actually, on this character, need to go buy a Draconic Missive of Perception. I think. Perception, Finesse, or Deafness. My brain thinks Perception because it increases the chances of finding rare shit, right? Surely Skinners go hardcore into Perception. I'm going to assume they do.
A wise choice.
Take all the time you need.
Well, that's not exactly going to break the bank, is it?
You have a bright
What's the enchant?
Our flight has much to
Enchant. Enchant tool. Perception. Why is that one literally the most expensive one? Gathering or fishing tool to increase your perception by 40. What absolute scumbaggery. Absolute scumbaggery. You lot have seen me coming.
I knew you would like my wares.
Who makes these? Enchanters. Absolute scumbaggery. Why is there a crafting cost of 4,000 gold? 2 resonant crystals, 3 iridescent plumes, 4 shards. How TSM, how does that calculate? How does that make 4,200 gold? Has TSM lost its mind? Oh, is it because rank 3s are actually a proc? You can't get... Surely you can guarantee rank 3s. Takes metal to guarantee it. Okay. Oh, some water striders. Okay, let's get the order in for the... Where's it gone? Professional equipment, skinning... Kansgarite skinning knife. With this, please. Boom. Right, let's go get those made. By rank 2, you know this. Ah, yeah, I know. But, like, whatever. It's lines the pocket of somebody else.
Good to be of service.
Right, let's log on to the blacksmith. Let's get the weapon made, the tool made. This bit is kind of, like, really not all that necessary, to be honest, but... I didn't, you know, spend all that time making these alts and leveling these professions to then not use them, so we might as well. Do not tell me that you don't have the crab shank toy. I have no idea. I have actually no idea. I may or may not. Cannot confirm nor deny. Okay. Well supplied. Unlock every talent in the expedition supplies tree. Okay. Haha. Okay, maybe you also get that for free with the boost. Because maybe I hadn't done it before. What talents would I have been missing in the expeditions? I forgot the expeditions. The Dragon Scale expedition even had a supply tree, if I'm honest. Right. There's a strong chance I don't actually have all the materials I need to make this on hand. So let's have a look. I apparently have enough to guarantee this on hand already. Good. Just do it then. We might as well, if that's the case. We've got resourcefulness tool attached. Might as well try and profit from our own expertise here. We should use Kansgarite 2. It doesn't give it doesn't actually, whatever. Kansgarite 2. Oh, we need 40. Oh, it's going to use all of my Kansgarite 2. Okay, that's fine. Go. Yep. Fine. Go. Do it. Boom. And we saved 2 of our Kansgarite ore. How about that? One down. 2 to go. Vial of Perception and Primal Razor Stone, and then you're decked out. Is there anywhere I can check to see how much gold I need to pre-order the most expensive edition of War Within? Napkin maths, my friend. Napkin maths. It's, you get... It's just some napkin maths. Depends on what region you are, because the price of it's different in different regions. It's what, like 6 tokens? 5-6 tokens? Is it 6 tokens? No, it's probably more than 6 tokens, isn't it? What's it, 90? For me, it's 90 euros. So, for me, it's 90 euros. And I get 13 euros per token. So I need 7 tokens. 7 tokens at whatever the current token price is. You can check that on somewhere like Wowhead, or even in game, to be fair. Shop token 385. So 385 multiplied by the 7 tokens you need. 2.7 million. 2.7 million is your rough napkin maths. chances are I don't have enough materials for all of these. I'm missing tufts of primal wool. Okay. Track. Where's the track button? Why can't I track this? Hello? Oh, am I going to have to go into the recipe to then track it? Unless something's hiding behind another window somewhere. No, it's just dumb. I want to guarantee this at quality 5 if I can. I don't think I can. Okay, expert skinner's cap. Track. No, track. And it still doesn't track it properly. Stupid game. 2 tufts of wool, 10 earthshine scales. 2 tufts of wool, 10 earthshine scales. Imagine not having a long boy for this.
I have all the time in the aisle.
What we do is we go here. What? Give me back my auction house. What? Get me what? Thank you. Then we go expert skinner's cap and we press search. And then we buy what we need. 10 of these bad boys. Tufts of wool. 2 of those. And I have the resilient leather and I have the plumages.
This is when you leave.
Probably should have checked the other one while I was there, to be honest, but one thing at a time. It'd be cool if they put the Bruto back on the vendor for a limited time. The token would crash so hard. It's actually true, you know. It's actually true. If they ever wanted to, like, slow the token down a touch, put the long boy back in. Holy smokes. Right, are we... Oh, we're not even... You can't even guarantee 5 with these. What absolute scumbaggery. Let's just use one of these then. Bish bash bosh. Saved some reagents. Happy days. Complete order. Right, reinforced pack. Oh, that was a convenient saving of the Earthshine scales. That means I don't have to buy any more for this one. Happy. Happy. Start order. Oh, am I out of insight? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Boom. Go. Magic. Any new herbs or ores we'll be farming in the new zone? Nope. Nope. Business as usual. Glow spores are still bis. You can get glow spores in the new zone. That said, you are probably still better off farming for them in the cavern. There's only really 2 new materials. A replacement for the Shadow Flame Essence, being named the Dreaming Essence, which is likely to be acquired in the exact same way. It will drop from bosses in the raid. And there's also a pair of antlers that can be farmed, Dreaming Antlers or something, that basically replace Obsidian Cobra skin. That's it. That's sad. Yeah, professions have not had much love, unfortunately, this end of the expansion. Right, we now should have 3 juicy pieces of gear to equip our Skinner. Bish bash bosh, plus 22 points. Nice. Now we need 50 points, and we ultimately need to actually level up skinning because we need to get 25 points to unlock the spec trees. Can we buy our books before we do that? Apparently not. We need 25 skinning before we can buy them. We need 50 points though. We're probably not going to buy these actually because they need artisan's metal. Oh, that's a shame. Can we get freebie artisan's metal? You don't want to talk to me. Why do you not want to talk to me?
See you later.
You don't want to talk to me. I was hoping you were going to give me some free artisan's metal. Maybe you're not. We can get 10. We can get 10 from the Master Skinner down here. Where do we get the other 40 from then? We have Dragon Isle supplies. You need to do the intro quest. Do we need to go over to the Waking Shores and do the intro quest? Let's fly to the Ruby something or other then. Let's do a scenic tour by ourselves. Let's go get our 10 knowledge points from the expert Skinner. What I should do actually is pick up the skinning quest before we go. Apparently not, because there isn't one. Oh, we need points in it before we can pick up the skinning quest even. Okay, I guess we just go kill things for a while. Let's go here. Let's go kill things here. Ah, Harkan's up. We're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. We absolutely need to turn auto loot on. You. And let's get you out of the way. Oh, you had 2 quests. You gave me 1 and then pissed off. You coming back? Oh, well, fuck you then. That's how it is it? Do we? Yeah, we'll get the one-time. We'll get the one-time quests for. Oh, he's back. We'll get the one-time quests for the Artisans Consortium, won't we? That'll give us a few. That'll give us 4 Dragon Shards of Knowledge, which will then be 200 Artisans Metal, of which will get us 1 of the books. So there's some points. Right, let's spend a few minutes killing these though. Let's get some skill ups. Starts with targeted ads by Asley in the Plains, Fork River Crossing. Yeah, we'll go over there in a minute. Do we think we need to do the really early quests over in Waking Shores though, at the Ruby Life Shrine? Because that's technically the start of the quest line, but you can skip that if you go straight to Anaran Plains. You get more than 4 Dragon Shards, it's 5 or 6, which allows you to buy all of the books. Oh, okay, that's handy. Only need Asley, it's just the 3 quests. Okay, we'll do that then. Let's keep it simple. Yeah, we'll head over to the Skinning Master in a second as well. That'll be a nice little 10. We only need 50, so I think all of that adding up works, I think. Right, 15. A few more to go. We should be able to kill these all the way up to 100 technically, but it's not necessary. What you doing this for? Just got in. Well, this predominantly it was to test out the level 70 boost, to see what it entails, what it gives you. And I quickly came to the conclusion that we might as well use it for an extra skinner. Because, hey, who knows? It might be worth 50 to 100 gold for a couple of days. Something's better than nothing. Not riding high on the antler thing, to be honest. It's only for 2 items. That's magnitudes worse than the Cobras. But it's 2 items that are going to be perceivably far more in use because it's the embellishments. It's 6. In my opinion, it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. They kind of cancel each other out. They're used for more. You know, they're going to be consumed more frequently. But at the same time, I think so many people are planning for this that the market will not be the same. On top of the fact players have a week to farm them, might mean that the first few days are interesting. Obsidian Cobra skins were so ludicrously expensive in the first place because nobody really knew what they were doing with them. Everybody is borderline planning around this nowadays. I mean, heck, if I'm doing it, you can bet your ass others are. And I've done it 10 times more aggressively than I have. Oh, we've hit 27. Right, okay, we've got our skill points then. Let's head over to here-ish. Where is it? It's along this coast, isn't it? Somewhere, the Master Skinner. Grab these points quickly. You now know a thing or two about skinning. Check me out. Bait crafter. We'll get our points first.
Great fish gather in droves. Go, gather meat for us and bring back stories of your exploits.
Maybe it's further down here. I can't remember exactly where it is. Standing on a rock somewhere, I remember. No. Where are you? Have I gone past it? I think I've gone past it, haven't I? There you are. There you are. Teach me about skinning. There we go. Oh, that's also going to be 50 artisan's metal as well. Lovely. Now, so we're saying now we can go to... Now we can go to the Anaran Plains.
How can I help?
I've worked with the Artisans Consortium before and met Cardin. Skip some Artisans Consortium quests. Cardin will be unlocked. You will also gain reputation and dragon shards of knowledge, but no other rewards. I can just do this, right? Can I can just do this, right? Surely? I'm quite sure I can just take the skip. Alright, well, let's do it. I guess we find out. 3 dragon shards of knowledge. Bit of rep. Only 3? Could have swore it was more than that. I could have swore it's more than that. Well, that's 150. Oh, you get more later.
Clear skies and safe journeys.
Do I do this little quest line? Does this little quest line result in a handful more? I mean, not directly, but is this part 1 of a chain? Did you not pick up the quest from Valdrakken? I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've done this.
Dionysaka.
You can still do the quest on the border of Anar and Azura for 4 more. Can we... Let's fly over there then. Let's fly straight there. Let's get our dragon shards and then we turn them all in one go. And then we spend our artisan's metal on the knowledge books. That's the plan, I think. Dude at the bench gives you a quest, and I think he gives extra. I went to check him sat on the bench, and he wasn't offering me any quests. So I have a sneaky suspicion I need to finish this bit first, and then I can get the ones from... What's his name? Thomas Blight or something. Thomas Blight. Thomas Bright something. I can't quite remember what order you need to do it. You needed skill first, then the bench guys, then this. I think you actually need 50 skill, don't you, for the guys on the bench, thinking about it. I vaguely remember that was locked behind 50 skill, not 25. 25 is the spec trees. 50 is for the weeklies. I might need to also do that, possibly. We'll see. We'll see. This is all testing, really, more than anything else. So yeah, if we can pick something up here, then we can go hand them into the cave. Excuse me. I sure as hell I'm not picking up dirt piles or doing anything ridiculous like that. I just want to... If I can get to 50, we're good.
You think we will find anyone here who can help our efforts in the Azure
Right.
Span?
The wonders of the world. Find out how Thomas gains his artisan's insights. We've also got Asley, targeted ads. I'll get the draconium skinning knife.
Welcome, friend. Keep it real.
What are we doing here?
How are you? Good day to you. See you later.
You need something?
Where do I go to get inspired? There we go.
Good one.
Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Hello? Oh, let's go get the books. Kill some goats. Wasn't the books from renowned vendors? There are, yeah. I can't remember exactly at what point and with who. I mean, considering I got given 5,000 Dragonel supplies, I probably should have just gone and bought those, but this also works. Will there be an advent calendar this year? That's funny you ask, actually. I was in a shop the other day and I found a cool chocolate advent calendar that's not usual, which I'm pretty tempted to pick one up for December. So yes, yes is the answer. We'll get an advent calendar on the go. Right, I need one more. I need more. Give me more goats. More goats. Licorice, I assume? No, not licorice. That's the big attraction. Was it the Kit Kat house? I have not seen a Kit Kat house, but that does sound quite cool. Just spent 15 tokens worth on Rumble coins. The sound and graphic effects are giving me a dopamine overdose. Got to rest for a while. Yeah, I bet they are. I bet they are.
Yeah, what do you want? If you ever need
Customer satisfaction. Ask the Artisans Consortium questions. One over here. I've not whaled out in Rumble yet. It's kind of very tempting though to spend a bit of gold, mostly just because I would quite like to get my minis to epic, just so then I can have the traits, because then that really does me a massive favor for deck building and deck building and deck guides for the YouTube channel. This is the way that I'm semi trying to justify spending a huge amount of WoW gold on Rumble. I can semi justify it to myself if I can then turn around and show people, oh, these are cool decks, and it means if I have everybody at epic and everybody's traits, I don't necessarily need fully max leveled minis. Leveling the minis will take time anyway, but getting them rare enough and getting their traits ahead of the curve will do me well, I think, for guide making, of which would cost other people quite literally hundreds of euros to do.
We must help them return to their rest.
I'd watch it. Yeah, I'm also tempted just to buy a couple of €100 worth of Rumble coins just to show people what happens when you spend. What does spending 10,000 Rumble coins look like? People love that sort of shit. People love to see people balling out in video games. Vicariously wailing out. I mean, spending €100 in today's age is not whaling by any way, shape, or mean, but if I can do it all with gold that I don't have that much attachment to.
Do you feel the change in the wind? Ride the winds.
Bag of leather reagents, I guess. Oh no, this is armor-based stuff, mail stuff, please.
Together we are High Mountain.
Okay. 25 extra artisans metal. My presumption then is we've only got 3 Dragon Shells of Knowledge. Where's the? Oh, we got to go find Thomas over there. Between that and the BlueStacks vid, I'd say you have a few bangers. It's I do wonder, I wonder if there's gonna be, it's hype season for Rumble right now. I wonder what the longevity of it's gonna be. This is the thing. I made sure that my channel had a few solid videos on it before the game went live, and that YouTube had a while to sit on those and understand what they were. But I do wonder what the longevity of Rumble will be. I think because it's World of Warcraft, just purely because it's World of Warcraft, it's made by Blizzard, it will actually stand much better standing than other equivalent mobile games. Right, there's a 4th dragon shard. Can we go turn those in then for artisan's metal? That should be 200 artisan's metal right there. Plus the 75 we've already got. 275. Contact BlueStack, see if there's a referral code. I wanted, honestly, I know this is entirely selfishly greedy, right? But I wanted Blizzard to implement a creator code system. I would like them to implement a creator code system for any of their games. Now, obviously, Rumble is going to have more microtransactions in it than others, but other companies have created, you know, Epic, for example, are famous for having creator codes in Fortnite, and there are quite literally creators that have become, I mean, they were going to be wealthy anyway, but the creator code has definitely helped.
What do I have for you?
Even if it's, you know, it's just a referral fee, if nothing else. 217 tokens to get all from all greens to purple, plus 3 talents for each mini, assuming you have enough Archite energy and cores, so not cheap. Yeah, 217 tokens, that's quite a lot. It would, I suppose EU NA doesn't make that much difference, does it?
I eagerly await our next trade. Come back with more coin.
I mean, that's best part of 100 million gold, so... yeah, I think Clash Royale or Supercell also has like the creator code stuff. I think it does really well. You know, it's a really good way for the... Maybe Blizzard's just too greedy to share their money with their creators who provide, you know, free advertising to them, but... It'd be 72 million gold over on NA. Yeah, I'm not quite willing to spend that amount of gold. If I'm brutally honest, I don't think I have that kind of gold anymore. Not after the Dracothist endeavour. Right, so we have 275 artisans metal. We are speccing into bait crafting anyway. Is bait crafting the one? It is, isn't it? We have 14 points. Means we need 36 more. Where's the flight points over here? 36 more. Who is the president of China? No. Who awards me skinning points via the... Yeah. Skip. 14. Not you. Crafter's knowledge. So centaurs, which I conveniently happen to be here.
Greetings.
Where? Have I been dumb? Have I missed it? Oh, it's a quest, not an item. Is it one of these? A gift of knowledge. There we go.
Your family be blessed.
There's 5 skinning points.
Where will the wind take you?
We are likely also to have... Is it fishy friends? Fishy friends. Let's go over to the fishy friends for 5. 172 tokens from greens to purple. Still, it's still a lot. It's a lot. Are you leveling skinning for 10-2? Yeah, this was my level 70 character boost, so I thought, you know, I might as well. Might as well. If we can get, you know, one extra, you know, all helps. Only 57 million then. I need to touch. I need to DM K-Chak for a loan. Fancy lending me 50 million gold.
It is time we put an end to this.
I'll put you in the credits of every video. Only spent 35 million on Heroes of the Storm. There we go, you see. Where do we get these from? It's you, isn't it? Is it you?
Who speaks before me?
Maybe it's not you.
Come
Is it you?
Yes? What is it you need?
Crafter's knowledge. Crafter's
I
knowledge.
look forward
Boom.
to trading again.
What's that put us on now? That's put us on 24. We need 26 more points. 26 more points. Valley of Strength. Oh god, why is it taking me to the Valley of Strength? Alright, fine. We also have Niffen. Niffens don't give you books though, do they? Or did they? Or maybe they do, but they only give you books higher up. Surely I can cash in... I can't remember if there's something with Niffen. It gives you 2 books, but you have to buy them for boulders. But I can buy up to 50 boulders with the Dragon Isle supplies. Right? Let's, for the sake of maths, investigate. Let's investigate. Give me a flight point. Why have I got a question mark on my head here?
Oh, good day, young one. Now, you be careful out there. Your tale will be remembered. What? Goodbye?
Guys in the hut also sell... What? Sorry, I shouldn't cough straight into the microphone.
Fine day for a fine trade.
Flight point. Where's the flight master around here? Who's yoinked the flight master? Isn't he around here? Yoink.
Who might you be?
Right, let's head into the cavern. Head into the cavern. Oh, excuse me. Quartermaster sells 1 book of the profession stuff for resources. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. I'm quite sure between all of this, the small amount of gold, the small amount of currency we get here. I've got 2,200 traders tender I need to spend. Between all of this, it should be easy to get 50 without really doing any actual hard work. Because hard work's for fools. Oh, I've just seen the time. Oh, I need to go soon. Oh, let's get this done quickly then. I need to take a bunch of garden waste to the tip. And they close at like 4:30 or something. Fly faster! Fly faster! Looks and feels like this character boost was good work from Blizzard. It's nicely complete. This is the one thing I will say about it, is that they've definitely thought about stuff. I also wonder if this was a last minute adjustment though, because the Pathfinder, right? The recent Pathfinder changes took out the reputation requirements. Now, because the reputation milestones are account wide, them giving you 20 here would have actually been I think you only needed to get to 20 or even 15 or something with these guys for the Pathfinder achievement anyway. So if anybody that bought it and loaded up their freebie level 70 would have basically done everything required for the Pathfinder, because I think this character's also probably progressed through the main campaign quests and stuff as well. I wonder if they took the... I mean, there was a bit of backlash about the rep requirement thing in it anyway, and people had figured out how to completely 100% gamify the new reputation either way. But maybe they realized, oh shit, we're offering people a boost that's going to give all of this progress to them for free anyway. Maybe we don't need to do that. Care to barter? Do any of these give me... You give me more Dragonal supplies. You're all giving me Dragonal supplies. Talk to Ponzo. Isn't the one of the vendors in here that gives me something or other?
Oh, lost your way?
Hang on. Pick this up first.
Bye now. Don't put your nose where it don't belong. Well, hello there, traveler. Hey there. Oh, come closer.
Skinning knowledge book, 300 Dragonal supplies, 10 more knowledge points. Nice.
Let your nose guide you.
So what's that put us to? That's put us on 34. We need 15 points, and we've got a boatload of Artisan's Metal, so we should just be able to buy the books from Valdraken now to get 50 plus. Nice! Nice. And we actually get knowledge point from doing our skinning. We got a skinning point from skinning anyway. Now I've picked up all of these quests on my list, and I don't particularly want them, but maybe they'll do. Should we quickly get rid of them?
Feel so sweet you can smell them a mile away. Come back, okay? You got a nose for a good
Out of curiosity, what do you sell? You sell skinning notes for 25 and for 40. 5 each time. Yeah, absolutely not interested in those. Although theoretically, I could have, you know, bought the bot. Like, okay, yeah. Flightmaster. Back to Valdraken. Continue the campaign by accepting the quest Renown of the Dragon Isles. Continue the campaign by accepting. So we've done some of it.
Sometimes Strange things wash up from the depths. Help me do some gathering, and maybe we can learn more about what lurks below.
Are all the boosts like this now? No, I don't think so. This is just the enhanced one that they're providing people with the pre-purchase of the expansion. I don't think if you buy a regular boost, they're like this. Although, are the boosts... Can you buy the level 70 boosts now? Okay, shop doesn't want to do shop things. Shop's dead. Shop's dead. Level boost. Oh, okay. All the boosts are level 70 boosts now. But I wonder if they're the enhanced character boosts. I don't know. Doesn't say. 1 for 60, 2 for 100. I'm not buying one just to test. I'll leave that to you guys and you can just tell me. Oh, is there already a post on it? This is the level 61. This is level 61.
See anything new?
So how many points did I say we actually needed? We only needed like 15 now, right? We need 15 points, which is exactly this one. 200, 300, 450. If we could have got 450 artisans metal, we could have just strolled in here and bought all of these books. But we got 375, which means we actually only need to buy this one.
Keep an eye out for anything useful.
So there's 15. Oh, yeah, it's actually only 350 for all of them, isn't it? Because you get points back for them. You are absolutely spot on. Yeah, maths do fail me. But that's 49 plus our 1 from actually doing a skin, 50. So now we put 10 in Bait Crafter to unlock Mastery. And then we put full 40 in here. Using skill, your skill at using baits has reached its peak. Your elusive creature bait can now draw in rare creatures at specific locations who can be skinned for a chance of the best rewards. In they go. Bish, bash, bosh. We are ready. We are ready. So, that I think, realistically, is quite good use of the level 70 boost, if I do say so myself. If that, if we get a skin, and if we sell it, and if we sell it for 50k, it was all worth. Because what did that take us? Like, less than an hour? An hour, maybe? And this was the first time. If you knew what you were doing before you went into it, it would have probably taken less. But nicely prepared there, I think. This character. Oh, we didn't put our enchant on our tool. There we go. Bonus perception. 21% perception. Increases your ability to spot rare reagents whilst gathering. I don't know if stacking perception is really going to work, but, you know, more is better than none. I think they'll go for 5 to 10k. Depends how much people are going to want to pay from them. It depends what the drop rate is. This is one thing that we don't know. I doubt there's been anywhere near enough, like, testing of this to really sense what the drop rate is. We know the drop rate's not 100%. But, you know, if it's like 50%, if you get one every, you know, It very much depends on the drop rate, I think. It's one of the things I was ranting about when trying to get info on skinning. Everybody just says shit. Be nice to know if perception helps. Yeah, it's one of those tough ones to... The way you'll really find out is if somebody could get a screenshot of like looting 2 antlers off one or something, you know, with the tagline that pops up, you know, your perception has gathered these extra resources, and it procs on the antlers. That would be that's the screenshot we need to actually say, okay, this works or this doesn't work. But yeah, so now I need to maybe do a little bit more skinning or buy some maybe meats. I think we just buy some maybe meats, don't we?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
It's 1 per day. So let's just buy 70 for the week. Oh, fuck off with you, stupid. I was using that. No, that's the wrong one. People stacking in 10,000 of them at a time. This is quite... Wow, a casual 612,000 posted at 2 gold a piece. People went in hard on these. People went in hard on the maybe meat, and then somebody came in and was like, lol. Smells like a Zanzaful. It does smell a little Zanish, doesn't it? Right, well, there's our maybe meats to make our elusive creature baits. So, for all intensive purposes, I think this character's now about ready to fly into the Oh, no, actually, we probably need to do this quest line, don't we? I mean, not that this is vital, but it might be smart to get this done and out of the way.
Consider it done. Goddess watch over you. I will meet you in Loomdane. Come swiftly and silently.
Might not be a terrible idea. Where's me Zygo? Where are we going? All the way over there. Let's at least get the intro quests done, so... Because this now is probably... I have the decision to make. This is probably the character I will take into the new zone first time. I'll probably take this character in, get this character to renown 10. We'll do everything on this character. Once this character's renown 10, they'll just get parked as a, you know, a daily login character. But then we'll switch to our main hunter, who will actually then power, you know, level up to 20. It so weirds me out that the optimal way of leveling the renown is to level on an alt to 10 first. It still doesn't sit right with me, but there's no denying it's the sensible way to do it, right? Big brain would be to get 2 humans and no life it until you get the contract recipe first in the EU. Well, all that, yeah. That would also do the job, I suppose. The contract recipe is meant to drop from the Super Bloom, I think. If I remember correct. If it drops from the Super Bloom, yeah, you want a human that is a scribe that is doing the Super Bloom every hour on the hour without fail on day 1 from the second the server goes live. This is where Team NA will lead the way. Team NA will tell us everything we need to know. Because Team NA will confirm this to us prior to Team EU even being able to log on.
This is an intelligence mission, not a battle.
You know what I haven't done? Not that I use it all that often. Is I haven't put... Oh! I've just realised. I think I know what Shift 1 was now. I think I know what Shift 1 was. I think Shift 1 was my... Oh, maybe not. I thought Shift 1 was maybe my misdirect. That's the word I'm looking for. Why has it got no... Oh, of course, you have to spec into misdirect nowadays. Oh, I forget. I forget that a hunter can just genuinely not even have misdirection. Oh, well, fuck it then. I don't need to keybind it if I don't have the ability. Fix that problem nice and fast. Imagine a hunter without misdirect. It's not max rep, no. I'm pretty convinced the recipe comes from the Super Bloom. But the same logic still applies. You probably want to be doing it on a human scribe to get your chance of getting it.
Wait. These aren't primalists.
I thought your misdirect was just shouting pet do pet things at the screen. Well, it usually is. It usually is, and in most cases that works. But on the off chance it doesn't. Oh, pet's dead. Pet do pet things. I'm not used to not having my my rhinos now. Not rhinos, sorry, my elephants. Pinky and Stinky.
I am listening. On your mark.
I'm not used to having one pet, if I'm honest. This feels odd. Do you need to do that quest chain on all the alts, or will you be able to skip it on your alts? I thought there was a skip for this, if I'm honest. I've done this on my main. I don't know why I'm having to do this again, but I thought there was a skip for this, but maybe there isn't. It's only, you know, it's less than 20 minutes.
Fire blocking off the... Do you see that flower near the bridge? Let us take a closer look.
Sniff the flower, sniff the flower.
The flora here. They are pouring their burning...
If you've done it on your main, you can skip when the patch... Ah, yeah, that might be it. Yeah, the actual skip might not kick in until the patch launches, yeah. So actually, me doing this now is probably completely unnecessary, but... just in case it bugged or stupid or, you know.
Grab this flower, then we can sneak our way towards the incarnates. Remember to avoid the flames. Protective mist. These patches could shield us from the flames wherever we find them.
You told me not to harm their beloved children.
So you
I've got to remember to pick up,
ally with
actually.
these
Whoa.
zealots.
We need a
What?
path into this tree.
Definitely didn't touch that.
The way.
They do not share our cause. What have you promised them?
They do not need such incentives. They seek immortality and the living flame.
Don't we kill this thing?
Delightful
No, apparently not.
Ugh. Why can't you ever just have some fun?
We can hide in the bushes up ahead. Stay
Hide
far away
in
from
the bushes.
Do you not fear we are losing sight of our goals?
Nonsense.
Whoa.
Victory is within
Back it
our
off,
grasp.
Farak.
With our new allies,
We'll deal with you soon.
powerful than ever.
We should be safe here, so long as their attention remains.
Stop fretting and follow me. There is something I want you to see.
Is something I want you to see.
The shop.
Bush do bush things.
Behold, sister.
8-hour maintenance, by the way. It won't be for Team EU. No chance. No chance. Team NA, sure.
That comes through. Dispatch the keeper quickly. Then we can escape.
No such thing as 8-hour maintenance for EU. That's one of the only advantages of our patch going live later. It tends to just work. To be fair though, I would be all up for fully global launch on things like patches. It really does frustrate me, especially as a content creator. It vastly infuriates me to have to watch NA play the game like hours before we can log on. Especially when it's like new shit as well, because it's often like it's so difficult for a Team EU player to avoid the early spoiler, like to have things spoiled for you before you've even had access to play the game is a bit gross. I think expansion launches, major patches, it should be global release. Now, admittedly, it's going to be it's going to be a pretty gross launch time if they do a global launch, because you got to fuck somebody, right? There's 24 hours in the day. It's going to be inconvenient for somebody somewhere. But I would much prefer a global launch, even if it went live at midnight for me or something, than having to literally wait the next day. EU Epic Pass for 3-hour heads up, only $29.99. You joke. You joke, but
I will meet with. Wait. That sudden chill. Do you feel it? By the aspects. She is here.
I will find Alexstrasza. You will not stop me.
Be gone, incarnate! You are not welcome in our city! Valdraken is under my protection.
right, there we go. That at least concludes that I have definitely done this. I was 99% sure I've done this on my main character anyway, but just in case, we're now ready on this dude for reset. You can stroll straight into the Emerald Dream. We can use this fella to get to renown 10. We can use this fella to do our daily skinning thing. We can zerg on this dude, and then we can obviously switch over once we hit renown 10 to our main hunter, and the game can begin. Do you feel for new expansion crafting orders need to go away? For me, the rest of the system was kind of fine, but it's only orders I'm not happy with. No, I think the order system is like I think it has its place. It needs tweaking. The only thing that needs to change is the crafting order system being the only way to acquire certain stuff, and that was enforced by making everything that crafting makes soulbound. There's little reason in my mind to not make, because if you've got bind on pickup materials, you don't need the end product to strictly be bind on pickup as well. Because if you are limited by how many bind on pickup items you have, like let's say you have a spark, you can only get one spark every 2 weeks. If you choose to craft a piece of gear and try and sell it instead of using that piece of gear for your own gearing, surely that should be your prerogative as a player, right? Surely that should be kind of your choice. And if you want to limit the effect of that, well, what you basically do is just make it so crafters make it a 2-step process to make it at the higher item level. You initially craft with the spark. You craft with the spark at normal item levels, and then you recraft something with the with your crests to upgrade it to higher item levels. So you could sell the base version items in the auction house, and then somebody could buy one of those if they wish, instead of using the crafting order system. It was the decision to make the crafting order system the only way to acquire it, which is the only bad thing about it for me. If that means that people can still, if they want, stand around in trade chat, screaming and shouting all day, trying to sell things. But it provides a more realistic and more sensible approach for everybody else that doesn't want to do that. Won't that make funneling gear to your main mandatory? No, because you will only have finite resources on that main to do the upgrades. It doesn't matter how many base items you buy if you can't upgrade them all. You'll only have so many sparks, exactly the same way it is now, to upgrade the gear. It's not paid. It wouldn't be paid. You could buy 10 base items and have default level items, but you can't upgrade them yet because you'll be restricted by sparks. The system could have so easily not been anywhere near as restrictive as it is, but they just didn't, because they wanted to promote and they wanted to make sure everybody uses the crafting order system. You got me on a crafting order rant 2 minutes before I'm ending my stream. I'm not going to end the stream on a crafting order rant. Boys and girls, there may or may not be a stream tomorrow, mostly because with reset day on Wednesday, with patch 10.2 going live, I should probably utilize tomorrow to the best of my ability to make sure that I have everything in my life in order so that we can play some games for a few days. I'm also away this weekend, which is really frustrating to me. Something that I kind of forgot was a thing. We are off to my parents-in-law's for the weekend because it's, a thing that we need to do IRL. So I'm not going to get as much 10.2 gameplay in this first week as I'd like. So I want to make sure that everything is done so we can play games for a few days before the weekend turns up. So if there's a stream tomorrow, filling out a tax form, no, that comes next month. So if there is a stream tomorrow, I will see you tomorrow. If not, we will be live bright and early on Wednesday for patch. There's also Twitch drops, by the way. I know I'm currently streaming on both YouTube and on Twitch. My recommendation for my recommendation on Wednesday and for the few days following would be to watch over on Twitch, as there is some Twitch drops to get yourself some goodies. There's a pet and a mount, I think, this time. I will make sure that those drops are active and people will be able to. I think it's the same process. Watch 4 hours of World of Warcraft content and you'll qualify for the rewards. That will kick in for patch launch. But yeah, I'll leave it there for today, boys and girls. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hit the like button if you haven't already. The subscribe button if you're over on YouTube. Come say hi in the Discord. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Have a good one. Peace.